police have created a toxic culture of intimidation and elimination. We have or had 5 elected officials on the city council. One of those elected officials has been removed. 2 more on a recall ballot. The mayor's in the process of 312, and another council member is now having his actions reviewed for possible removal. How unprofessional can we get? The vindictiveness displayed by the council is immature at best and extremely unprofessional. You all were elected to represent our city and do what is best for its citizens, but instead you have allowed petty quarrels to cloud your judgment, so much so that it is now embarrassing to the city. The city manager is also very much involved in creating this toxic culture work environment. One city council member was removed for not sexual harassment, but for attempting to influence city staff members. Ms. Kinsler adamantly opposed the city council from influencing her employees or criticizing them in any way, yet she sees no problem with herself influencing the city council and playing politics. In fact, it was her suggestion that Mr. Bradshaw had created a hostile work environment due to his passionate discourse with law enforcement when they were arresting the citizen in the foyers. The city manager should know as a professional that a hostile work environment is not created by one incident, but instead needs to be a pattern of consistent incidences, which I would argue all of you are guilty of. If Ms. Kinsler is going to call foul when the city council makes a mistake, then she too needs to stay in her lane and out of politics. Unfortunately, the lack of professionalism does not stop there. On June 4th, after the city council meeting, a citizen of Leon Valley was arrested in the court of City Hall. That arrest raised questions about police policy and ethics. When questioned, the chief of police turned it into an attack on the city mayor and his city council members. He twisted it into, quote, "You're only questioning him because he's a personal friend," end quote. When in fact the chief should have been more open and responsive to questions and understood the climate of our country right now. Michael Ford was murdered only 10 days earlier. Gone are the days when police are given the benefit of the doubt because they have a badge on their chest. That all ended with the murder of Michael Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Boston Jean, and Elijah McClain by law enforcement. People now have more scrutiny of the police, as it should be, when police are murdering citizens on the street in their homes. The chief should have shown more professionalism and compassion to ease people's fears and concerns instead of turning it into a retaliation based on him being questioned. Our city council and city staff have all been guilty of creating this hostile work environment. Your constant, consistent bickering and finger pointing is not what you were elected to do, nor what staff is paid to do. This toxic work relationship you have created is an embarrassment to our city and the citizens that have elected you and pay the staff of the salaries. City council meetings have become more like a Jerry Springer show than a functioning government. Please consider what you are doing before you cause further damage to the reputation of this community. Soon we'll have no
Welcome to Jerry Springer.
Yes, Mr. Blackmore.
What I'm going to address Mr. Floyd. Mr. Floyd, a real pillar of the community, an assaulter, a drug dealer, a thief, possession of drugs, incarcerated in Texas Department of Corrections. Changes his life when he gets out, moves to Minneapolis, deals in drugs again, tries to pass counterfeit bills. Real travesty, he died. Real shame. He shouldn't have died that way. The other thing I want to say, our city manager has been nominated, was city manager of the year. My hat's off to her. She was voted on by all of her peers. Our police chief, who was interviewed for National Magazine, does a lot for him. And I also want to mention Mr. Charles. Congratulations, Mr. Charles. Thumbs up, 2 thumbs up. 3 times you had to go through that. If I were you, and I'm not you, I'll try to get my money back for my lawyer fees. I might go after a law firm supposed to be unbiased. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Johnson, have you already spoken at citizens to be heard? Okay. I can't keep, I'm just doing one per, citizens to be heard of the agenda. So. Okay, thank you. I do too, but I can't raise my eyes writing right now. All right, Mr. Johnson, please begin and welcome.
Oh, yes, of course.
William Johnson, 47 Canterfield. I really hate to sound like a broken record, but when I made my comments before on the budget point, the issue is we don't have enough fire department and EMS personnel. If we're supposed to be competitive with the other cities, if they have problems with understaffing, we should be addressing those problems here to be the better city. I have a personal interest in this. I am now in that critical age group. I've had to have EMS come out in my home for me, only one. But we need more personnel. 630, I did a quick mental calculation, I was wrong. It's not 1.5 times per day on the average. It's almost 1 3/4 times per day on the average that we have to rely on one or another municipality to cover for us. If we had another team, another 2-person team on each shift, they could send out 3 calls at any given time, not just 2. 3 calls. Yeah, there are going to be times when they're 5, 6, 7, when they have a major accident and they need 10 ambulances. Those are going to occur. You can't. That's why we have mutual aid cooperation agreements. But for the day-to-day, we need the ability to send out a 3rd crew. And I think the city is being very short-sighted by not looking at 2 more people per shift so that we could have 3 calls go out. And since the council has started, there have already been at least 2 responses by fire EMS. If you haven't heard them, I'm sorry, but they've happened already tonight. And when those guys get finished, they got to come back and they've got to clean their equipment, they've got to, whatever else is involved for that call. We need the additional capacity here in our city. Don't lose focus on the fact that we don't have enough capacity. Don't let the other stuff that's out there distract you from the main issue. Yeah, everybody else may have a problem, but we don't have to have the problem as severe as they do.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Yes. Next is Mr. Nada. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you. Eric Mona, Forest Coast Canterfield, feel compelled to speak to a matter that was brought up here by an individual who's here. It was asserted by the police chief at the last council meeting. I am a proud member of a citizens group, a group of concerned citizens, and yes, we do call ourselves Change Leon Valley. And this group, I don't think delights in having to invest so much of its time, its heart, its emotions to a cause that we feel dear about. We live here, some of us were raised here, many of us are professionals, we have doctors, we have lawyers, we have teachers, we have businessmen, and the idea that a staff member that holds such a high position and is paid so well can get up here and assert a flat-out lie is disgusting. We've seen it on many occasions. It's intimidation. It's meant to try to put pressure and to shut people down. So the idea that we had anything to do with a phone call that in any way brought harm or to the chief's family is a bald-faced lie. I'm not the only member. There are other members as well, and I know our group very well. It's just a tactic. It's a smear tactic. We've seen it going on, and that's one of the reasons I'm involved. I've said this before. Stop playing games. Do your job as you were elected to or as you're being paid to as staff, and cut it out. I was out of town during the last council meeting, and I heard my name mentioned a couple of times, disparaged by the chief again, and the city manager, for being a passionate citizen and defending the injustice of a 78, 79-year-old individual who has given his life to this community, lived here for well over 50 years, who has served on every committee, served on council, is a man of peace, a very gentle man, and we have a right, it's our right, it's our First Amendment right to be outraged and to speak out. But to assert that we're some kind of a councilman or a citizen, simple citizen, has no right to be outraged, it's the problem that I see, and that's the reason I'm passionately involved. And we will not stand down. We are not here to break the law, we're not here to hurt anyone, but we are here to stand for our rights. And this needs to end.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Orozco.
Thanks, Mayor.
Yes.
I just want to piggyback on what Mr. Monto was saying. During this campaign that's going on, I've had a privilege of meeting the people from the concern, the Leon Valley and the Change of Leon Valley group. And for them to be labeled as troublemakers is totally obscene. I have met many, many people in this campaign trail, and the people from Change of Leon Valley has taken me under their wing, and I tell you, these are very respected people. We have very passionate people, I can tell you that, but you know that already. We have professional people, and we just have people in the Change of Leon Valley that I've met that just want to have Leon Valley the way Leon Valley was. And that's respect, honor, and you guys can still do that. You guys have been given an extra 6 months to do that. Councilor Bradshaw read a letter for me a while back, and where I have asked everybody to stop this insipid behavior against each other and concentrate on the things that are transpiring in Leon Valley, especially COVID-19. I think what I saw in our zip codes, we have over 150 people that have tested positive in the Leon Valley area. We should concentrate on these people and not concentrate on each other. And I saw in the agenda where they were going to discussing Mr. Bradshaw's actions. Well, at this time, everybody's in an emotional stage. And it doesn't constitute a hostile work environment. You would have to be working for each other. And obviously, you guys are not working with each other. I'm asking you, you still got several months before the election, November 3rd, to make the people of Leon Valley proud. And I'm asking you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roscoe. All right. Anything else before we move on? Okay. Seeing no one then yes, I'm sorry. Yes. Oh, yes, letters. Oh, you know what? I do too. Do you have letters too? Okay, that's right. Thank you. Go ahead.
Want me to go? Okay, thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I was actually caught up in the moment of all the citizens' testimony that I actually forgot about. It's the letters that I had until Mr. Orozco reminded me, and then I said, oh wait, I have some letters I'm supposed to read, so thank you for that. So the first one I got, it says, resident of Leon Valley, please might read my letter at the next council meeting. I am a resident of Leon Valley, and I live on Evers Road, Leon Valley, Texas. I'm afraid to share my name as well as my actual address. I'm afraid that Judge Savaggio will retaliate against myself and my family for speaking my mind. Is this how an American citizen is supposed to feel? Is this really okay with you, Ms. Alcacer? And no, this is not a personal attack, so please keep your point of order to yourself. If your skin is not thick enough to face constructive criticism of your actions, then perhaps government is not the right place for you. Has the council, aside from 2 people, forgotten that they are the public servants? You are to serve the people, but it really doesn't appear that this council even cares about the people. You continually, Ms. Alcacer, try to silence the voices of the citizens with your unconstitutional rules. Have you read the Constitution? Specifically the First Amendment. Perhaps if you didn't waste so much time trying to find ways to silence citizens and actually focus on serving citizens, then these meetings wouldn't go for hours and hours. I'm embarrassed to say I live in Leon Valley. What is the status of the lawsuits against our police department that arrested a group of people simply for reporting police officers? Why in the world would the chief of police pretend that he was having a press conference and then arrest everyone, including witnesses? How much money is that going to cost us taxpayers? Joe Savaggio needs to go. Kelly Fencer needs to go. There is corruption in our government, and we will not stand for it any longer. Enough is enough. We have a council with 2 recalled members, and instead of listening to the people, the council is trying to remove the elected mayor. The council, 1 member who is appointed and never voted in, and 2 recalled council members are literally trying to remove the elected mayor. Do you have no shame? The whole world is watching this circus, resident of Leon Valley. That's one. And then,
Point of order,
Yes, what is your point of order?
it was not addressed to Mr. Bradshaw, that letter, and I think it was improper for him to read it. I let it go on, but it clearly was addressed to me, and the lady asked that she didn't want a name and she didn't provide a name. And I think part of our rules indicated that it was, if they wouldn't provide the name, then it couldn't be read. So I'd like that us to be much more careful about that and not read something just for, that has nothing to benefit the city, but only an attack on everybody, which is also not allowed. Thank you.
Dr. I also got that letter, so I think everybody got it. So,
I didn't know who else got it there. All I know is it said close by. It was addressed to me.
Everybody got the letter.
And it did have a name on it,
It
but
does have a
they
name on
asked
it.
not to
Mhm.
read it.
That's correct. All right. Mayor, I have a question.
The city secretary and I are trying to figure out, we've never had an anonymous letter. Did you want her just to put anonymous on there? I didn't.
No, you mean this is separate from this other letter?
This letter is anonymous.
Oh, it's got a name on it. It does have a name on it. Mine does.
Oh, okay, well, we're just trying to figure out how to put it in the record.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, we need to talk to it. Yeah. Yeah, I guess Leon Valley resident, I don't know. But, yeah, but there, her
The
name,
name
her name is on it.
And she does have a last name, but our rules said if they didn't provide a name, it didn't go in. It's only in her email title, and if you listen to the way it was written, it's clearly written to me. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we just need to have, people who email in need to allow us to read your name into the record. All right. Did you have another email?
Yes, Mayor, actually,
Okay,
this is
go
one
ahead.
that, I somehow missed it in my email.
Mhm.
I should have read it at the last meeting,
Mhm,
but,
okay.
and this is from the, Paul Neffert, who's the general manager of the San Antonio Aquarium.
Oh, okay.
And he says, Will, I appreciate that you asked some of the tough questions that need to be asked at the council meeting the other day related to the aquarium. I wanted to thank you for that. I have forwarded my emails that I originally sent to Chief Savaggio the day before the meeting below. I want you to understand, at no point did I ever leave the impression that we would not attempt to do anything other than fully comply with Governor Abbott's order. as the chief attempted to suggest to the council. I will also forward another email where I said that a copy of the governor's task force recommendations for aquariums to the chief before that meeting started, stating we would comply. He attempted to mislead the council and the public. It is my belief that he should be censured for that. I would also like to see the chief publicly explain his comments about how the aquarium, quote, pushes the envelope. In what way has the aquarium attempted to do this? How many times? What envelope are we pushing? Our business does not deal in any vices. The aquarium provides wholesome, educational, family-based entertainment. An aquarium should not need to be policed. To that point, I would like the chief to explain why he feels it is his duty to police and harass aquariums and little leagues. In July of 2019, our aquarium was robbed at gunpoint of over $14,000. To my knowledge, the criminal who perpetrated this crime has never been brought to justice. Our community is not safer because this inept chief polices businesses for trivial code violations or pulls public relations stunts like getting his hair cut on video. Meanwhile, armed criminals prey upon businesses and the public unabated. Can he explain that? Best regards, Paul Medford.
Did you have anything to read? I just, again, Justin Pullian, who is not a Leon Valley resident, has sent in comments on almost all of the agenda items, and we're not able to read it. But I did summarize the rules of decorum, so you can read it if you come to city council. So it does say that. So unfortunately, we can't read that, but I'll make it as part of the record. Ms. Posca, if you'll continue on your letters. Or emails.
Okay. From Cindy Henley. My name is Cindy Henley. I live in Leon Valley Ranches. I have lived here on the same street my entire life. I attended the last meeting. I would be there today if I hadn't injured my back. I can't believe Mayor Riley. I can't believe Mayor Riley and the way she has handled matters after Mr. Yarnell left. She had a long list of questions that she wanted answered by police chief, but refused to meet with him along with city council members. Her reasoning, she stated at the last meeting, Scott was afraid of him. That's the sentence for sure. Really afraid, and was she really afraid of what? Police aren't in the business of arresting people unless they are just caught. I'm sorry, I'm just reading the way it's written. Parts of 2 council meetings were used to answer these questions and air Mr. Yarnell's dirty laundry. The mayor acted put out, and the time spent to answer these questions. On top of that, she emailed the city attorney to see if these questions were even legal to read out loud. It wasn't until the meeting and after nearly every question was answered, she decided to read her emails and see that the attorney said no, they shouldn't be read at a council meeting. This all shows how incompetent she is. She's an embarrassment for the city along with some city council members. My suggestion is to release the mayor from her duties effective immediately and put in all new city council members at the November election. My other issue is what is going to be done about the high weeds along the drainage of Leon Creek across the street from me, and all the high weeds behind me. And my grass weeds, if my grass and weeds were that high, I would receive a citation and fine. The next one is from Kathy Nelson. She has 2 comments. One is that the fall cleanup and brush pickup was not listed in the August-September line tour. And her second comment is that she's asking the hot link. Oh, she said, please put a hot link somewhere on the council agenda for citizens to easily send you information for citizens to be heard. Smith Chapel. Assistant Chief Gonzalez, you just put his hands on blind man Mike in the lobby, who already spoke to Crystal, your ADA coordinator, to today and had accommodations made, escorted him forcefully out the door without explanation due to his not wearing a mask. He can't wear one due to needing full oxygen to his brain for a brain injury. Steve. So I guess Steve is Smith Chapel. And the last one is a question for Chief Naughton from Tina Chasen. She wants to know if the MIH person will be licensed, and will they be a paramedic and also a firefighter, so the position could be used to a flex position to where they could go back and forth if needed.
I think we can address that at the next meeting. All right, then moving then to the consent agenda, items 1, 2, 3, and 5. I've had a request from Councilor Rodriguez to remove agenda item number 4.4 for discussion, if that's acceptable to the council. So if that is, then let's move to approved consent agenda item 1, 2, 3, and 5 as presented, unless someone else wants to remove one of those for discussion.
I so moved.
May I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Hardy and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to approve consent agenda items number 1, 2, 3, and 5. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to consent agenda item 4.4. Presentation, discussion, and possible action on hiring a computer forensic investigator to investigate a breach of the GoToMeeting online platform at the council meeting on April 7th, 2020. And Chief Savaggio is here this evening to present.
Mayor and Council, thank you. So, a couple of meetings ago, you guys asked us to go find out what happened. We've been in conversation with the FBI, and they're asking us to go ahead and get a separate computer forensic person to take a look at the what occurred and give you all a report. And so, I just want to let you all know where we're at with that. And we've got 3 bids. They're all about the same dollar amount. And so it's a very rare specialty when it comes to computer forensics. They have to have special certifications and so on and so forth. So we'll be choosing one of those, and they'll be going forward with their investigation and getting a report, hopefully pretty quick.
Very good. Do you have any questions, Councilor Rodriguez?
Yes, Chief, who's going to be sitting in on making that decision for whoever's going to get selected?
So, because it's not over a certain dollar amount, we really don't have to go out to bids and so on and so forth. We actually have to go through the HUD vendor process and make sure that we don't have a hub vendor. There were no hub vendors that were out there, so we put it out to 3 different businesses and got back some bids on those. So we'll be going with the lowest bid that we got.
Okay, thank you.
And the timeline on this, when do you think?
It's-
Just don't know?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Very good. Anyone else? So, if there's no further questions, unless, oh yes, citizens, I'm sorry, I jumped the gun there. Mr. Martinez, go ahead. And then we'll take any other citizen comments before we take a motion.
Martinez, Senator. To me, this item is a waste of money. It's a big deal. So you find out that somebody hacked in. The meeting wasn't properly set up and people could just join and without their mic being muted. So big deal. We find out that somebody from New York or from Germany or Russia hacked in. What are we going to do about it? Are we going to go to New York and file suits on somebody or in Germany? It's a waste of money.
Yep.
It happens, let's just let it go and move forward.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Blackmore.
What do you think?
willing to donate some money to that fund. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you. Mr. Bolton?
Thank you, Mayor Council. I'm generally not one to complain about how things are done in a timely manner, but it does kind of concern me that we haven't had much viable information to go on currently, that we're not already in the next step that was just mentioned to go further in this investigation to find out not just who, but how this government official proceeding was hijacked. It would be remiss of all of us and show a sort of weakness if we didn't just understand how we were hacked to better understand how we can protect ourselves. So I do want to recommend that we do not spare really any expense. Be reasonable with it, but don't skimp in this regard, because computer forensics, this kind of field, is not cheap, and it is not one to be lacked in ensuring that you have all the information. So I just want all the council, the mayor, to have that in mind, along with the police chief, and that we start to kind of put the fire under everyone involved to ensure that this goes forward in a timely manner. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I just want to make a note that it wasn't mentioned, but Chief had in his presentation $3,700, what he estimated this to cost, so I just wanted everybody to know that. Okay, that was it, I just wanted to. So if there's no other questions from our, in the chambers or from our dais, may I please have a motion to approve?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve 4.4 as is presented.
I'll second
Also then, all right, we have a motion by Councilor Rodriguez and a second by Councilor Bradshaw to approve consent agenda item number 4.4 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. The motion does carry. Then moving on to ordinance, agenda item number 5, ordinance number 1. Ms. Possible, if you'll please read that ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, City Council granting a specific use permit for a new commercial development at 7125 and 7129 Bandera Road, more specifically described as Lot 30, Block A, replat of Linkwood addition, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brandon Milan, and welcome. This is the second read, and do we have any updated information? No updated information? Yes, we have Councilor Alcacer has a question or a comment.
I just have a motion.
Okay, very good.
Mayor, I'm
Yes.
very sorry to interrupt you,
No.
council. We actually have to hold a public hearing on this item. This item was previously scheduled about 2 meetings ago, and we did the public notice for that item then, and but the item was tabled, so that threw off the required legal noticing. So I checked with the city attorney to ask him if we could do the public hearing on the second reading, he said that's fine. So
Okay.
we're doing things out of order.
Okay,
We're doing it on the
you
first
said we
reading.
do it on the first reading, so I didn't see that, all right. So let me, thank you for bringing that to our attention. Ms. Alcacer, Councilor Alcacer, if you'll let me open up the public hearing at 7:55 on Tuesday, August the 5th, on this ordinance specific use permit. Of course, a lot of people weren't here last time, so they don't know what it's about, but anyway. That was that new development.
I haven't seen you in a while.
Okay.
to save everybody a lot of money.
Well,
Hillary
I'm
did.
not
And
sure if
Cole did.
anybody needs it or not, but I'll ask if anybody needs a review or a summary of the, since this is a public hearing and so it's a little bit, it's not connected like it usually is. So, all right, just very, very quickly, if you'll, 2 minutes, just give us a synopsis and then we'll open up the public hearing because I feel like it's not connected. Yes, I did. So go ahead, you'll just give a brief synopsis of what it is. I already opened it, I understand that, and then we'll go back to the citizens. Would that be all right? Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a proposed development on 7129 Bandera Road, east side of Bandera Road on the left, just south of Bush's Chicken. The applicant, Mr. J. Castaneda Insurance, and his office is over off of Goliath Street. Yeah, he's wanting to relocate his operations to Leon Valley, but he doesn't just want to move his business. He wants to develop the property and build a new home for his business and also have 3 of the tenant suites. So he's going to build a building with 4 tenant suites. Been working with us for over a year and a half now. It's like a lot of constraints. It's been pretty tough. We've all worked together to figure out how to incorporate landscaping, parking, architecture, drainage. And so we've got a site plan here that's gone through the city's city engineer and also the fire department, a collaborative process. And so the only zoning matter is going to deal with is that this property backs up to townhouses, which is residential. So by the code that requires an SUP is approval of the site plan. So that staff doesn't have any concerns on this. We've just got a couple of conditions that the property be developed according to the site plan, and that he construct a 8-foot tall masonry wall to block out any headlights, anything from the park in the back. Other than that, staff recommends approval as presented.
And the zoning commission as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Zoning commission recommended unanimous approval 2 meetings ago.
Okay, very good. Okay, so thank you for that. That gives everybody who's here, and we've got Mr. Bowles, you can weigh in on that development.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and Brandon for, I believe in the last couple of council meetings, as you briefly paid attention just a little bit by that point, everybody was tired, so they kind of went in one ear and out the other. But by the brief synopsis tonight, I only had some curiosities of the kind of building with the 1-floor building with 4 suites next to each other, and would those suites be constrained to certain types of businesses, or would they be rather spacious to be inviting to a wide range of business to come to Leon Valley at this point? Because otherwise, I think that's a good idea. Very generous of him to open that up, but that's just my concern.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the questions, Mr. Bolt. So in terms of the development of the property, it's going to be a 1-story building, to become a traditional retail
Would you allow
facility.
me
So
to
you
take
have
you
4
to
suites that are kind of in line, parallel with the
He's
street.
actually got a severe food allergy.
Or I would have said, yes, see that right there? He's got an EpiPen in it. He's allergic to dairy, soy, sesame seeds, wheat, eggs.
How? How could that happen?
I know, he needs polio. That's why we have his EpiPen in there, and we have Benadryl. He has special fever. I know, I would say yes.
Maybe you'll grow out of it.
I hope so.
Okay, I thought I remembered you saying it was going to be a family business.
Food allergy testing
Yeah.
again. So hopefully.
That's what I remembered from last time. Okay.
Seems,
You're taking outside.
Patrick, anybody with a camera can't stand up, but other people can.
I'd love to. I miss having my grandbabies around.
Thank you, Mayor.
Do what?
Welcome, Mr.
We do it outside.
Yay.
Working well, and I make a motion that we approve 5.1 as presented. Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to approve ordinance 5.1 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you, and welcome, Mr. Castaneda, as well to the city of Leon Valley. We appreciate your business. Yes, you bet. Take care. Have a good evening. Stay safe. Moving down to ordinance number 5.2. Ms. Blakely, if you'll please.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, suspending the declaration of local disaster, establishing local regulations for the duration of the disaster, guaranteeing certain activities, and also the
Yep, they sure did. Much less commotion. There was actually no commotion. It was because he was wearing no mask after they had already seated him with a mask.
Thank you, Mayor Council. We're going to try to go through this. Possible as usual. We've got a lot of stuff that I'll leave on here for historical purposes. We'll jump to the changes. The changes were, they just changed the date on how long it's going to be effective. So we put our ordinance in place on July 21st, and that was incorporated second ordinance NW 13. And as you go through here, it's still recommended. I saw it.
Hey guys, keep track of the agenda. We need as much coverage when the whole item comes up.
Before you do you want to pose for all the pictures you're taking together?
Sure, that's fine. I don't care. Hey, if they're going to claim we're associated with y'all, might as well own it. I don't. Hey, they're the ones that pushed us in this direction.
We are associated with the people.
We say if you guys are holding them accountable, that's the same thing we are doing.
We are your fucking crazy pit bull that you don't own. Imagine that. You got a crazy pit bull in your yard that you don't own and the gate's open. That's what we are.
Yeah, no, and I think you guys are useful. You're absolutely useful. I think a lot of us were scared at first because we were like, we thought it might pollute our issue, but it's the same issue.
My methods are put people off a little bit.
Yeah, but it's all legal.
It's all legal. To know me though.
It's all legal, and you know what I guess about Solomon? He's a jewel. He's a great integrity. He's a man of law, man of justice. He's a God-fearing man, and I respect that. So, yeah, I was very impressed with him. So I think we're all in good hands.
I got a shirt that the red shirt that he was wearing.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, I have one being made right now, and it has the patch. So it's Jack Miller Jefe. Instead of Chief, it says Jefe.
Boss.
And I'm gonna be wearing that on my live streams.
The Chief, the Jefe. That's cool.
Well, his said Chief. Mine says Jefe, which is Chief or Boss.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
I'm from San Marcos.
This is what I'm going to put on. I'm going to put,
Dude, guys,
I'm going to
thanks
write in permanent marker. I'm going to draw off my chest, take off my shirt, and I'm going to have Joe suck it.
You guys, I need to get information about some of the equipment y'all are using, Like,
hit me up on live stream.
Yeah, I will.
This is a Vivitar 360. This is Sony. Patrick in there uses a Canon. The Canon has a better mic. It's a $200 camera. This is a under $100 camera. It's a 360.
Well, that's also a camera. I thought that might be a flash.
That's a camera. And then this is iPhone 11. This is the best one. This is top of the line right here.
I don't have an 11, but still. Yeah, I need to get a gimbal and stuff. I'm a drone person, but
the gimbals are cool, but they kind of even out stuff. But whenever you get this, you can see that I can hold that pretty steady, right? Because of So with this, it's a platform, and what little bit goes like that, the content's the king.
That's what the guy has in there.
Yes.
Who's the young kid?
Yes, that's News Now Patrick.
News Now. He's a little pit bull too, man. That's cool. That's cool. He's in there, man. Guys, thank you.
Yeah, how'd you meet him?
Thank you for sticking out. I've seen the coverage on Justin's channel.
You know Justin? Okay, cool.
Justin, hold on, I'll call you back on another phone.
And he's live streaming at the same
Justin
time?
was trying to get Patrick to read
him. Do you want to read something for Justin?
Yes, if that letter that they had.
I am reading something. It's big.
Is for Justin?
It's Sarah, Justin, and me. But I look. I want these fuckers to shut me down. I'm not gonna, and they will. I'm sorry, they'll shut me down, and Salvaje will be very happy to take.
You want to take this in with you? My camera? It's live streaming. You got 58 people watching right now. All you gotta do is carry this. That's it. They can't do anything about it. It's not against the law.
I know. I need to focus on this whole thing with Will. This is a big deal, man. What they're about to do to Will.
They're about to try to kick him out, right?
This means a lot to us because if they do.
Now, who's Will?
Will Bradshaw is place 5 on council. He's the only one listening to the.
Who's going to take him out?
The majority, the council majority, and the city staff.
Okay, so he's the only one. He's the only advocate for the people that's on the council.
Well,
right now?
the mayor is. The mayor's a good person. She's, we don't always agree with some of her, like just the way she goes about things, but she's a decent person. She represents us. She's a little soft, if you ask me. But they're going to take her out too. She's a mayor of 16 years, 8 terms. I better.
Yeah. All right, I'll go back in with you. Don't know. Oh, that's.
Is that still the? No changes to the Lambo. It's part. Oh, yeah. See, you care about the taxpayer.
Yeah, he's still speaking.
Hey, so what was their reason for laying their hands on him?
I don't.
Well, he was the first one that came in.
Well,
and like after a couple of minutes, I see the Gonzalez like.
Yep. Yeah, I'm live. So.
Okay.
But,
so what happened?
They said somebody said I had to wear a mask. I said I have a medical exemption. Then they went and got the fire chief. The fire chief came in and said, "Well, what's this medical exemption?" I said, "Well, it's,
So that's what you're talking.
I said, "Who are you?" And he said, "He's the fire chief." I said, "Well, I don't have to answer that question. That's not a question that you can legally ask under the ADA. You can ask certain things like, what does not wearing a mask provide me to accommodate for my disability?" That's a legitimate question. But I gave him more than that. I said, "I have brain damage, and it helps me to infuse my brain with oxygen." And he's like, "Okay, well, wearing a paper mask is going to stop that?" I said, "Yeah." And he's like, "Well, I don't know about that." I'm like, "Well, it's an exemption under the ADA." So he left. Somebody else came over and said, "You got to sit down." Told me there's no standing.
Yeah, I thought that's what he was trying to get you to do. That was Gonzalez. He's now the new assistant chief.
Yeah, so somebody said I had to sit. Like, there's no standing. And I'm like, well, that's not true either. Like, there's no law against standing.
I think they decide to enforce that whenever they want. There's many times that people just stand in the back. And
yeah, but
if they're
they're all standing.
They'll stand in the back.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So there's no law against that. Even if there was, I could make an ADA request because I have messed up knees and back and neck. I need to actually stand and sit and change my position.
No, I understand.
So we didn't get there because somebody else came back out and said, I think it was Gonzalez at that point, said, "You have to leave. Put on a mask or leave."
That's the part where I saw you leave, and I was like...
So I was very clear with them. I was like, all right, I'm making a request. I'm invoking the ADA, making a request for a reasonable modification. If you have a policy to require a mask, I'm making a request to modify that policy to allow me to not wear a mask because I have a medical exemption, have a disability. And he says, "I don't care, you have to put on a mask or leave." So he disregards this. That's not only the federal law, the ADA, it's the state law has a codification of that. I think it's like 551 of the state penal code about discriminatory actions towards people with disabilities. And he didn't care. He put his hands on me and started pulling me to the door. I'm like, "Don't touch me, man." Like, he didn't identify himself. I asked him who he was. After that, I asked him, he said he was Assistant Chief Gonzalez, but I can't verify that in any way. Like, and he didn't even give me time to try to verify that because he's already going hands-on and pulling me towards the door. So I wasn't trying to get it, thrown on the ground or waffle stomped.
Yeah, he was the officer in charge that night that Olin Yarnell, 79-year-old gentleman who...
And they arrested him like 2 a.m? Yeah.
He was the officer in charge, and we let him have it, We gave him a tongue lashing. And they tried to use it against us at the last council meeting.
Right.
They showed all this body cam footage of us shouting him.
Yeah,
so that's me and Will. So they're going after Will for that because they say his poor behavior he's creating a hostile work environment. It's all the same bullshit we saw last summer when they kicked off Benny Martinez. But yeah, man, I thank you guys for coming out.
Is Will the one that read that email a while ago?
Yeah.
That they said that
Will
had an objection?
Will is the only one worth anything.
Yeah.
Only one.
How about Chris? How's she?
Chris is a good person. She's a decent person.
Yeah.
My own thing, I wish she was more up for the fight.
Yeah. She seems like she's kind of playing neutral, not trying to get in it.
Well, she's going to be thrown off too.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's an investigation that will probably lead to another 312 hearing that will kick off
an 8-term mayor. Now, I don't agree with a lot of things with her, but again, my stance is respect the will of the people. We vote, we decide who should be in office, even if it's someone I didn't vote for. I don't think any of these council members or staff should play a role in kicking off elected officials in such an unjust little...
What's the status of the recall petition? I mean, there was a recall petition.
We worked hard on that. We worked real hard on that, and because they were happy to use the excuse that COVID was going to prevent them from being able to allow the elections to go forward.
Okay.
So that gave them the two subjects of the recall. It gave them 6 more months. I think they're going to play more games with us. We worked hard on
So
that.
they're still delaying the elections and so on?
Not necessarily delaying the elections, but
Break time.
we have our
Need CPR?
Yeah.
Need CPR after wearing that mask
where
that
are we at
long?
on this agenda here? Staff recommends no
I'm
change.
suffocating. I have to come out.
They sap us tax dollars.
So he's going back in. He's got
parks, they don't open up
a lot of
pools,
stuff
they
from
don't
Justin
open
to
up
do.
anything.
Yeah, the libraries.
You're not going to read anything from Justin?
Allowing people.
And
You're
instead
not
they
going to
want
read
to take
anything from Justin? He is.
Yeah, the libraries not offering any services to the homeless.
Well, if it doesn't make them look good necessarily, then they're not going to do it. They want to save money for these hearings to throw off our elected officials. That's what they want to do. Remember, they've spent well over $200,000 on the Benny Martinez case for the last year.
Goodness.
Okay? Well over $200,000. And now they're coming after the mayor, and then Will's going to be next. Yeah. Who knows what they'll end up spending when this is all done. But,
What's this Zoom meeting hacking thing that...
well, that I think it's going to be an opportunity for them to say the Change Leon Valley Project has teamed up with the First Amendment auditors and Justin Pulliam, and they destroyed that. That's what they're going to align us with that, and who knows who's responsible for it, and who cares? But they're going to use that to say Will Bradshaw is part of that, the mayor's part of that team. You heard this old man get up and speak. Blackmore is his last name.
I heard.
You know, he associated us, and you know, it's all just conjecture. You know, he has no idea. No one does. But because what we know of the chief as being a big liar, just someone who has no integrity, they'll probably happily pin it on us.
Was that the chief that put hands on you and brought you outside?
The assistant chief.
Gonzalez?
That was assistant chief. That was Gonzalez? Okay.
Yeah, no, good. You know, I'm going to be honest with you. Gonzalez is not a bad guy. I think he's caught between a rock and a hard place. And,
I mean, he just violated my freedoms and disability rights.
It's a rock and hard place, yep.
He's not as bad as some. And yet he did that to you.
Yeah.
So that's what's troubling.
Yeah.
That is troubling. And you guys have every right.
You got your bad meat, you take a bite and chew it for a while and swallow it, and then it comes back up later. And then you got your bad meat so bad you spit it out immediately whenever you bite into it.
Yeah.
Then you got the other kind that kind of doesn't even get to your mouth. You're like, ah! So there's different levels of bad. Which one of them's good?
No, I think that was my point. Don't take that the wrong way.
Okay.
It was that I think it could have been a lot worse. But I think I think they're feeling the heat. They're feeling the heat right now. I think they are.
Feel the heat. Okay.
And it's not just First Amendment auditors. It's the citizens of Leon. It's people in San Antonio. It's maybe the media who's so screwed up in this town. They're finally seeing a lot of this for what it is.
Yeah.
A lot of the media has supported them in their tyranny against us, you know? So, they're starting to wake up and running stories about just the lies of Salvaggio, you know? And his poor judgment. His poor judgment and lack of integrity. So, so that's a big thing. That really is a big thing. Well, cool, guys. Well, look, I got to head in and get prepared for this next agenda item coming up on the wheel. This is a big deal to us.
All right.
Yep. I'm going to cover it.
Yeah. Blessings, guys.
I'm coming in to cover it.
Okay.
All right. You good, Justin?
Yeah, man.
Need any water or anything?
I got my bottle over there.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
All right,
Do they have a fountain in there? Or sink?
There is a fountain in there, I think. Let's see.
I'll give my bottle to you.
Yeah, there is a fountain in there.
I'll get to you. Put some water in it.
All right.
be the top, and then the filter comes out. You just fill it up. There should be like a marker that says where to go.
All right.
If you overfill it, the filter will make it spill out.
Okay.
Thank you, buddy.
You bet.
They want to be part of it, which is the whole purpose. I'd rather see it postponed possibly to the spring.
It's at normal temperature.
Pretend we're
Hot as hell, so I'm surprised.
That's my 2 cents, thank you.
One of the sides.
Councilor Charles, what do you think?
Yeah, do you have anything here?
We'll get a consensus here. Robert, really.
Does he have to check in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm gonna try one of those little.
It's probably a metal thing on my hands.
Alright,
You're a little deal here.
Let me check your.
I'm sending him back.
Come over here. Come up here, let me take a picture again.
Okay, thanks. You ready? Hey, man, appreciate your help. Down on the street the other day.
No problem. We're gonna have to go back a little bit. There you go, there you go, you're good. Go ahead.
I get some water for the blind guy y'all kicked out of here. That's all my stuff.
Okay, go ahead and empty out your pocket, put everything out.
Already did. That's all my stuff.
So, I think I would rather see, maybe these are all good ideas, but I was wondering if we could just have to have sanctioned practice, get closer to that time, and it's a matter, I understand maybe it's everything. Do we have the drivers already kind of lined up, or is it an idea?
Let me get his water. I gotta grab him, get the water, go out.
We're not gonna be responsible for your equipment, so please grab it.
Okay. Well, I don't have to undo it since I'm gonna be right here. I'm gonna have to do it all again, right?
Yeah. You can come over here. You please try to turn hands up to your side.
I think people would come out for that if we made it somewhat of a
Mayor, Council, the reason it's important that he talks to the sanctions event is because the insurance comes with it.
Yeah, if you wanna just step out the door and hand him the water, that's
Okay,
fine.
yeah.
The sanctions event, you have to have the practice.
Thank you.
And the other thing is we would be going to school to get the drivers. So that would be interesting, but we could want a sanction event to the insurance. Yes, Councilor Charles, let me hear from Councilor Rodriguez, because she hasn't had a chance, and we've already spoken on it, and I'll come back to you. Yes.
Actually, I will go with Larry's complimentary.
Okay.
We want positive occurring and the impacted.
Mentioning the Silver 30 and listing the minutes.
Suck it, Joe!
Here you go, here's your water.
Those only come after they
You're welcome.
You're like, responders
Huh?
Woo!
We blue, we blue, we blue. I'm Andrew.
Oh, Mark.
Mark, good to meet you.
Yeah. This is my son, Mateo.
Mateo?
Teaching him the ropes young, man.
Yeah, what's your channel?
It's San Anto 210 South.
San Anto, 201 South. Cool, man.
210 South.
All right. Let me give you my card.
Yes, sir.
Come over and hit me up, and I'll see you, and I'll back share you, back sub you.
Awesome. Appreciate that.
I'm actually putting together a studio for anchor, news anchor desk, and everything.
Yeah, I'm teaching them the ropes young. Don't let nobody violate your rights. I mean, use it or lose it.
How many First Amendment audits have you watched? How many different auditors have you seen?
I looked at him and I said,
A lot. What's your favorite? What's your very favorite First Amendment audit video? You have one? If you don't, I have one on my channel. I'll show you.
You have one.
I got one on my channel. You can pick.
Southside Slacker.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Southside Slacker.
Southside Slacker?
Slacker, yeah, Mike.
You remind me of Pigpen.
How old is it?
He's been around for quite a while.
No, I'm talking about the video.
One of the videos was last year, right?
No, the particular video. Is there one?
It was like a couple years ago. 2
SAPD
years
Southside,
ago.
who's
At the Jack
get
in
off
the
the
Box.
bus. Yeah, Jack in the Box. He was telling.
I guess I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
You want to take it? And
Yeah.
point it yourself?
Hey, maybe they're planning a press conference. What do you think?
Hey, I'm Andrew.
Andy.
Andy? Good to meet you,
Pleasure.
Andy. You have a channel?
I do.
What is it?
Andy Guerra.
Andy Guerra?
For now, I'd like to name it something else, but it
Okay,
comes out
that's
in my
cool.
email like that.
Well, that's cool.
People know it's me. Thanks,
Now,
man.
whatever you pick your brand, that's your brand. You go ahead and just brand it.
Just my name and it's a black and white picture of me.
Cool. Well, come sub me. I'll back sub you.
Thanks, man.
You bet.
I'll take care of it. Thanks.
Hey, and then at the end of every one of my videos, I have a tip line. Call the tip line. Say, hey, this is Andy, and then I'll call you back from my cell phone.
Cool.
That's the tip line there.
Okay. Thank you, man.
Yeah, call the tip
yeah.
line, and then I'll call you back from my cell phone.
Definitely. Awesome.
You can already barely breathe. I don't know why you're smoking.
This was the guy licking Servaggio's boots when he was at the stand.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He openly said, "Oh, I'll even donate money to him." He's gonna give Servaggio money to investigate for the alleged hack.
Well, I don't know about bootlegging. I didn't hear that, but what I heard is that the investigation could possibly reveal somebody on the city council having done the hack. Is that what I got? And since there's somebody on the council that did the hack, then you would be willing to find that out and find out who it is?
You know who was involved in that?
Who was involved? I mean, do you know? I don't. I'm asking you if you know.
Man, I don't even know you. I don't even know what's. I'm here by special appointment.
Do you know who did it?
Got a good idea.
What's the idea?
You tell me.
How was?
I'm asking you. You said you have a good idea. Who?
Zoom is a pretty secure platform. How can that get hacked? I mean, hacking is a pretty serious accusation. Okay, so was it hacked, or did one of your people give somebody some information?
Why would Bradshaw do it? What motive does Bradshaw have? And what's your problem? So what's your problem with Bradshaw? What has he done?
Why does it have to be Bradshaw? Why couldn't it be that lady?
So I'm an asshole?
Yeah, you're an asshole.
How?
You're a cocksucker too.
How? Man, you know, Joe can really suck it. Suck it. He can deep throat it. Deep throat it.
Your mama can suck too.
Oh, you know what? Your wife, she can suck.
Oh,
she can
my
really suck it, man. She
God.
can swallow it.
I bet your wife can too.
Well, I don't have a wife.
I bet your mother could.
What's that?
I bet
A peeing contest.
Where are we going?
I'm trying to cover the news here.
Well,
He's
okay,
gonna-
okay. Here's what's going on. Joe is sucking his cock, and you're sucking Joe's cock. That's what's going
Oh,
on.
my
So we got a
God.
sucking train going
Well, you're
on.
a motherfucker, a cocksucker.
No, I don't want to hear about you fucking
I'm
your
gonna
mother.
have to park it for a while.
Are you fucking your mother?
Are you fucking
She's
your
a
mother?
damn good fuck, ain't she? And your mother good fuck.
Are you fucking your mother?
Oh, are you fucking your mother?
Are you?
No, I ain't fucking my mother.
Why are you?
Patrick, go and get his camera slapped
I'm doing
again.
the same thing that you pull on these police officers.
I know you're bootlegging. It's fine. It's totally
No, you
fine.
kiss my ass. These guys aren't police officers, man.
I don't want to kiss your ass.
You wouldn't know. A police officer if he came up and
What do you? What
Well,
do
finish
you?
the sentence. I want to hear the sentence.
Are you one of them tyrant cops?
Don't block the doorway.
Watch your back.
First warning, please don't block the doorway.
off of it, tyrant. No one's blocking the doorway. That's over here.
The answer to 1984 is 1776. I bet you don't like the people having guns, do you?
I have guns myself.
Yeah, but you don't like us having them.
Not
There's got to be somebody coming out or coming in. Just so you know.
Keep your hands off people.
So he's blocking the doorway. There's got to be someone coming in or
Stop
coming
blocking
out.
the doorway. Stop blocking the doorway. Don't block the doorway.
Well, that's interesting.
Stop blocking the doorway.
Did I hit it? I don't know.
Oh, but it's time for me to go back in.
Advocating for the citizens and the businesses.
EML. I didn't know.
The TML retainer, that's just the
So,
retainer.
that's just the retainer,
Right,
but
because
then.
you wanted them separated, so I separated out. What we
Okay.
paid, those are all retainers.
Okay, but the next slide, I'm sorry.
The next one.
So, yeah, I'm sorry. And so
Yes,
we
that's what we're
paid,
paying out of our, that's what we
so
have.
that's our portion of, okay, so not only the retainer, but then the 10,000.
Yes.
Plus the 5,000. Attorney fee summary. Okay. Thank you, Vicki. Appreciate it. Whoops.
Sorry, I had the one on from both.
Okay, no problem. Okay, then moving on to regular agenda item number 6.2, presentation and discussion on city manager duties in a council manager form of government, and we have Ms. Kinsler this evening to present. Thank you and welcome.
Good evening. So one of the first persons to ask me the difference in Leon Valley when you were a home rule city, or I'm sorry, when you were a type A general law city under a council manager form of government versus when you were a home rule city was actually Councilor Hody, I think even before he was a councilor. And so tonight's presentation is really brief, it's really short because I'm just going to show you what the difference is. So the purpose of this item is to compare and contrast the duties of the city manager pre and post charter. There's been assertions made that the city manager positions change considerably with the charter. And so what this presentation does is compare and contrast pre and post charter. And you'll notice with your item tonight, you have ordinances back to, I think 72 or 75 that show that Leon Valley was a general law city with a council manager form of government. So that's as far as I could go back, was into the 70s. Next slide, please. So pre-charter, everything in green is the same. Right now, the city manager is under the direction of the mayor and council, and that was the same exact thing pre-charter. Right now, the mayor appoints the municipal court judges, same thing pre-charter. Right now, the manager has unilateral authority to hire and fire all positions with exceptions, same thing pre-charter. But what changed was in red up there. So when you were actually a home rule city, the manager chooses the police chief and the city secretary, but requires concurrence of the city council. I don't know what happened prior to 5 years ago, but I can tell you that this police chief, I didn't want to choose alone. It was actually me and the entire council that chose this police chief. They actually chose him, we chose him unanimously. So although I could have, I actually asked the council to be involved in that one. Post-charter, the manager appoints the city attorney with approval of the council. The city attorney reports to the city manager, and the city manager may remove the city attorney with approval of the council. So those are the differences right there with the manager's authority to hire and fire. Next page. Everything is the same, pre and post. Administration of the city is by the city manager when you were a general law, council manager form of government, and it still is today with your home rule charter. City manager serves at the pleasure of the council, still does today. Council serves as a legislative body that sets policy, still the same today. Mayor and council members have no administrative duties, same today. So the conclusion, the earliest ordinance that we can locate, which proves that Leon Valley had a council manager form of government, are from 1975 and 1979. So we know for sure for 45 years, that's the way Leon Valley's been run. Home rule charter is voted on by the citizens changed the city manager duties very slightly. The city manager can now hire and fire the police chief and the city secretary without council approval, but there's no other changes to the city manager position. And I think that's it. With that, I'll stand for questions. Okay. Hopefully that clarifies some of the confusion.
Okay, let me ask the citizens in our chambers and visitors and whoever else, would you like to speak on this particular agenda item? Please come. Yes, sir.
Eric Mata, Forest Oaks, Canterfield. I think I appreciate the presentation. I'm not sure it tells a member of a group that put into action this recall, and we got to speak to a lot of citizens and a lot of people in Leon Valley who have lived here many years wondered why so much upheaval and instability and infighting took over this council. To compare, but I think for citizens of Leon Valley, the proof is in the pudding. And people are not happy with a lot that's going on in this city. And they do point the finger at you and decisions you've made. So whether you were given the power to do what you've done with the Home Rule Charter or not, you've assumed a lot of power yourself. And people are not happy with that. I'm sorry, but it's pretty easy to correlate a lot of these issues with your time here and certain personnel that you brought on board. Part in all these games, I know you claim you're not biased. Last council meeting was in Colorado. I sat there laughing. I just couldn't believe what I heard coming from you. I witnessed it last summer, was not involved in council meetings before, but was just shocked by the willingness of staff, high-level staff, to play political games here. And you guys still don't get it. Of a lot of...
He's off topic, and this was a general discussion about the before and after, and he's made it a personal discussion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mata.
It's personal for members, for citizens of Leon Valley. It is.
Just move on.
It is.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Council.
Yes, sir.
Just like to start by saying, in 2007, I was just turning 16 years old. That is when I learned what home rule versus general law in government class was. It was what most teenagers are taught and are tested on. A little disconcerting and kind of juvenile to have to come up here and make a presentation about what council manager form of government is, and the differences in that when someone these days should be able to open up Google and type that in. I can pull that open in less than 30 seconds now without having to go to a course that I pay for in high school and college, depending on your doctorate. And I really thank the city manager for going through this, because it just, what really has been going on highlights that in a council manager form of government, if one is weak, the other must be strong to ensure that continuity of government continues. If one is weak, like if the manager is weak, you'll find that you might have a stronger council and mayor. If both are strong, you'll find a lot of the smoothness of government going on. But when you have the head of the table, the head of the body, lagging behind, it's not a presumption of power, because as we've just seen, there's nothing more to ensure that her staff, the people she's in charge of, that she represents, are able to do their job. They do it well. That we have the best people serving our city, and that she comes and is at your pleasure ensuring the city is run properly. So she also essentially speaks on your behalf because you give her direction. If you cannot give her direction, she must interpret the direction she's given previously. So coming here tonight to give everybody a high school government lesson is the only disconcerting and slightly laughable thing I could ever think about. And everyone should be concerned about that. But the council should not be, or us citizens, I imagine, aside from my 6-year-old nephew, I'm one of the youngest in here, we should all not need a lesson in this. And I hope that we take away that this should not be a discussion again. I appreciate it.
Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Benny Martinez, Seneca. What is not a duty of the city manager? To orchestrate. On January 1st, 2019, according to the attorney bills I've seen, Kelly Kinsler and Ryan Henry were in discussion.
Point of order, Mayor, off topic.
It is not off topic.
He's talking about the process of the home rule charter. I think that's
Yes.
what you're saying. So overrule, go ahead.
Kelly and Ryan Henry were in discussions on how to remove a city council member from office. This is why I've asserted from day one that Kelly, the city manager, is the puppet master in this ordeal. Remember, the original complaint was on the 18th of December.
According to your, and not names.
Okay, the city manager has 6 bosses, the mayor and 5 city council members. It's up to her, or that person, the city manager, to respect the personalities and the traits of the 6 members and work with them. That's how you have an effective team. You don't try to have somebody removed that you disagree with, or somebody that represents the citizens of the community and the businesses that you don't like somebody speaking up for them. On January 2019, the city manager added 6 ordinances to the agenda without the mayor's approval. She then sent a letter apologizing for that.
Excuse me, just a second.
It's not
Just a
off topic.
second, Mr. Martinez. Your point of order is it's off topic? Okay, how do you?
Okay, I'm going to move on.
Yeah, move on, please.
The mayor is the head of the city. The city manager is bypassing the mayor in discussions and final approval of the city council agenda. The mayor, for 16 years, has had final approval of the agenda. Now that's been removed from her. That's how I see that the city manager has abused the charter and has taken over management of the city. She's acting, in my opinion, she is acting as a city manager, the mayor, and city council.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? Okay, then I will go back to the councilors. Are there any of the city council members who want to speak on this issue? All right, Mr. Hody?
So, thank you, Ms. Kinsler, for this explanation. I understand the difference. I just kept hearing over and over again that in this particular case, that there was a whole lot of differences between when we were general law and now, and I'm not seeing them. I just don't. So, you know, some people may interpret things differently, but I think that's misinformation. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Councilor Rodriguez, do you have anything to say? Okay, Councilor Bradshaw.
So I would just say that this going to home rule charter city has been a disaster for our city. It has been a failed experiment, and the only solution is to return Leon Valley to general law city. the main difference, if we can't see it, those of you who can't see it, is that elected council members were able to remove a sitting elected council member and throw them off the council. Under general law city, that could not happen, only with home rule charter. The charter has been weaponized. We've talked about 312 hearings, we've talked about violation of 3.09, 3.08, giving staff direction, all these little things, and we continue to add to it. There's like 26 amendments that are supposed to be added to the ballot in November. And I would urge citizens to vote no on all of those charter amendments. And I would urge that the next council remove the home rule charter designation and return us to general law.
Okay. All right, Counselor.
Mayor?
I'm sorry, yes, Counselor, is that Counselor Charles? Go ahead.
Yeah.
You're recognized.
Councilman Bradshaw just made a political advertisement as a sitting council member. He just made a political statement as a sitting councilor member, and you did not stop him.
I'm sorry. Yeah, when you said that, I thought, ooh, that's not right. Okay. 3 slaps with you. Okay, go ahead. You can say what you want.
This is Donna Charles
Yes,
again.
ma'am.
And your little remarks are not helpful.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have kept silent. You are so right. Okay, what else would you like to say? Anything else? Counselor Alcacer, did you want to say anything as well?
Oh, yes, ma'am, I do.
Go ahead.
It would seem to me, and I guess my question is, when we were talking about manager versus mayor duties, not about the charter itself. Was these specific things, and it would have been nice to keep it on topic. But on this particular issue, it seems to me that if comment is made, this is a question for, I guess, Ms. Kienzler, if a comment is made like the home rule charter has ruined the city, or that the home rule charter gives the city manager too much power, or the home rule charter gives the mayor too much power, are any of those statements correct?
Mayor, Councilor Alcacer, I think, first of all, what Mr. Bradshaw said was not even on topic, it's not even on the agenda. So weaponizing, demonizing, all those words that are always used, I'm not even going to comment on that. The question has been asked of me, what changed with the city manager's position? That was the whole intent of this, not to go off in the left field like we did. The whole intent was to stay, this is how it used to be, this is how it is now. All I was trying to do, as one of the residents point out, was giving a government here, oh, the city manager became more powerful, the city manager, that you saw the differences. I could go back as far as 1975. So would I agree with that statement? Absolutely not, nor would any of the documents that you have before you that are attached to this presentation for the research that we did. And what was your third question?
Would it give, it does not lessen, it doesn't give the mayor extra power, it doesn't give the city manager extra power, and that the home rule charter has ruined the city.
As you, Mayor, Councilor Alcacer, as you saw in the presentation, it shifts the power a little bit. It doesn't give any more or any less. But even when the city manager, during this 5 years, had the power to do that, she didn't use it. She still used her council to help her hire. And so I have not even used the power of the city manager's office because I want input from the council. I want a lot of other brains and ears in there to help me because, you know, the more of us that have input, the more of us listen, the better off we are. So no, I don't think, obviously that question is up there, and there's proof in all of the exhibits that are attached to your presentation tonight. Nothing changed with the city manager, with the exception of the fact that the duties as far as who she supervises and who she can remove with or without approval of the council switched a little. shifted from one side to the other. That's all they did. But just, I think Counselor Hody, when I had a discussion with him, his words were, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Counselor, the continued rhetoric of that we keep hearing about the power, the increased power of the city manager. And so when I continued to hear that more, I thought, well, let's just do a side-by-side comparison. And so the city secretary was kind enough to research back to the 70s for me, because I wanted to figure out how long y'all had been a council manager form of government. Because if that was just something new for you when I got here, then it would have made more sense to me. But you guys have been at this council manager form of government for 40 years now, at least. I don't know what you did before 75, because we couldn't find it. 40 years you've been operating with this type of government, the exact type of government that you're operating on under your home rule charter.
Okay.
Okay?
I've got some comments that I need to address. The document that you gave us back in 1976 says, with advice and consent of the city council, this is general law, to appoint and remove all heads of departments. We don't even have that now. Do you see what I'm saying? And that was what it was back in 76 or something like that. The general law just means, as a council, we follow the general laws of the state. We've always had the distinction that the council sets policy and the manager implements it. That's always been the agreement and the distinction. But when we pass this home rule charter, you can't just look at it as here's the manager and here's the council or whatever.
That's all the presentation was.
Okay, so then maybe we need to put it back on the charter.
You rang?
I was just saying hi.
Huh?
I was just saying hi. Could you see my ID?
I saw the light. That's why I come out.
No, we're good.
I thought it's Patrick shining on me.
No.
That was a Patrick move.
It's a John move.
The Patrick move. Ow! You made me hurt my knees. You better run. Patrick's running from political trance.
He's not talking about whether there's oak will in the street. He's talking about what you said was the purpose when you got the unilaterally put it on there. Now you're mad because he's saying that there's
All right, man. Thanks.
Not Andy.
Keep hollering, man.
See you on the chats, man.
Okay.
every damn right to say something would be occurring is not done before. And for y'all to try to censor people all the time, they just want to put their knee on everyone's freaking neck. Everyone's.
That Justin?
They're horrible.
That's Justin?
That can't be ignorant. Attitudes have to be so malicious.
Woo.
They're just so malicious, so nasty, and everything they do. And you can't just pull over me and say, "Oh, I'm sorry."
Woo,
No,
Justin's
these people
blown a
want to take you
fuse.
out too. Remember, they want to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Justin
to
blew a
take
fuse.
y'all out.
Woo!
It's horrendous. And they're nasty. They're vicious. They're in the box right now because we got all over them. Everywhere they look, we are.
Woo! Justin blew a fuse.
And not being so nasty right now because they're in the box. I put them in the freaking box right now.
Woo!
But that's only going to last a couple more hours.
Justin blew a
Who
fuse.
these people are. Golly, they're stupid, petty, tyrannical games. There's your rant for the night.
Sound like
on
Alex?
the agenda. So,
Justin, you sound like Alex Jones.
weaponizing, demonizing, all those words that are always used. I'm not even going to comment on that. The question has been asked of me, what changed with the city manager position? That was the whole intent of this, not go off in the left field like we did. The whole intent was to say, this is how it used to be, this is how it is now. All I was trying to do, as one of the residents point out, was giving a government 101 lesson just to show the difference.
See, I told you, she's so odd. That's just, she's a leftist college professor, right? She's taking her college indoctrination and now bringing it into the council chambers and saying, I'm giving a 101 course like you propagate.
Woo! Justin blew a fuse. Justin blew a fuse.
Stop, man. Stop the light. It's all right.
You know what time it is?
It's 9 o'clock.
9? Good God.
You want to go
Well,
in?
time to go do some cop watching.
You want to go in?
Yeah, back in. Yeah, those guys need to do some work. They need to wand me again.
All right. Let's go in.
So our friend there is going to go back up in a minute, I think.
Okay, let's do it.
You good, Justin?
Fine.
Yeah, I'm right. It's hot. Come in there, gonna fucking throw me to the ground, bro. They already put hands on me, so.
I'll film it.
I'm not all about getting off of something that.
Wobble, wobble.
You could, if you want, try to ask them if there's anybody there that, the disability coordinator, Crystal, is available to talk. You can send her out to talk to me.
A couple of citizens that are trying to understand what the difference in the duties was as a counselor. I'll do it as many times as you need me to on whatever section you want. Okay, you're welcome.
Mayor, I have a comment.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Roderick, get Council Rodriguez to speak first.
Yes, so then looking at the home rule charter from the time it was created and enacted and implemented, so are we to say then that the individuals or the committee that created it had an underlying thought to weaponize this charter? Is that
I don't think so. I don't think we realized what we were, I certainly didn't realize what the consequence of this could be. And so then we took it off. So,
or was it to say that maybe initially when it was created and passed in 2017, the actual charter never had to be used, or was it maybe a strictly followed as it has been lately?
well, you know, I look at the other cities that have home rule charters. They don't have to determine that. I don't know. I have to compare their home rule charter. We're having formal, so. I don't know. Counselor, was it Charles? Or Counselor, is there? Counselor Charles, go ahead, you're recognized.
Yes, I have a comment, and it's mainly for the citizens who are there and the citizens who are listening. And Mayor, that you made a statement, a political statement, last city council meeting saying the charter is ruining the city. And then tonight, you and Councilor Bradshaw are talking about that. The charter happens to be on the ballot this November. And so all of those are messages trying to persuade the voters not to vote for that. And it's political in nature.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we will move then on to the next agenda. 6.3, CARES Act Budget Update. Ms. Wallace, our Finance Director, you're next. 9 a.m.
Good evening, Mayor and Council again.
Good evening.
This is what I'm going to present to you, and then we're going to give it a, next month when we do our financial report, we're just going to tack this onto it so you can see what we spent, so it's an ongoing thing. And then when we're done with it, we'll do a wrap up for you. But this basically is just an overview of the expenditures and what the approved budget is, what the actual expenditures are, and then what the budget balance is. So as you can see, we have spent our actual expenditures, which means those that I have received in my office and we've actually written a check for, amounts to $114,217.36, which leaves us a budget balance of $516,773.62. If you this one only shows what I've requested from Bear County so far. So I've made one request, and today I made another one, but as of this PowerPoint, I requested $65,964 from Bear County. And then this basically, anything that's striped out, because this is my working document, anything that's striped out in grade, and next time you'll see different colors, those are the things that I've already submitted to Bear County. So anything that you see, like a sprayer that has not, that I submitted just now, but when I did the PowerPoint, it has not been submitted. So all of that is what's been submitted as far as the actual expenditures for reimbursement. And then this here,
Would you
go ahead.
Would you go back to the economic development one? Support.
Yes.
Did people have to apply for those grants? Or were those given?
Yes.
Okay, they did, okay.
And then for the pending, these are the ones that's pending. So basically what I do is I just take whatever, when the actual expenditures come in, I move them from the pending over to the actual so that I can request reimbursement. So it keeps the budget at the same. So we know what we're tracking. And so the only change, and I should have put on, this happened Thursday, and Mary, you were part of that meeting, but the city manager, basically, this is what Bear County had, they were talking about the CARES Act, that the deadline to spend the funds is September 30th. And of course, we've always known the deadline to submit receipts, invoices for reimbursement is October 3rd. They're saying it's not a hard cutoff date, which I still wouldn't risk that. I would, if September 30th, we should do it by September 30th. The deadline for the county to submit the request for reimbursement is September 30th. And then basically there was Universal City, I guess the city manager there talked about some sort of household stabilization program that they were doing through a nonprofit. That's it. Here's your seat.
Right, okay, we're gonna go to the citizens first for questions.
And the department heads, if you have specific questions about their budget, they're here to answer those questions for you.
Okay. So you said you have $65,000 of the $631,000
That I've
you're
already submitted. I
requesting.
have not received those funds yet,
Yeah.
but I have submitted.
I think they
It's a
said it would
slow
be,
process.
they said they turn it around in I think 5 to 7 days.
No, because I submitted that back on 7/17, I think it was.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so now the one that I just submitted today amounts to total now that I'm requested like 114,000 I've requested. But I still haven't heard anything.
For sure. Okay, any questions on the CARES distribution from our citizens? Okay, seeing none, are there any questions from the city council on the CARES? Okay, I was the one at the mayor's meeting to ask about if any of the suburban cities have their own program. As y'all know, we are part of Bear County, and so if you need rent assistance, utility assistance, any kind of employment assistance, which the rent and the employment come with a stipend, then you can apply at Bear County. And I believe, Mr. Cox, I understand that you're doing a trifold to the citizens to explain all of this. If you, because again, and they have plenty of money. I did talk to somebody today, again, he said that they got plenty of money. Go ahead.
Yeah, Council, that is correct. We developed a resource guide for small businesses and the citizens of Leon Valley.
And the citizens, okay.
And that's gone to the printer and should be sent out. They're going to use the same mailing list as the landlord.
Okay, all right, very good. And while you're up here, can you, I printed it out, but could you, we've got about $150,000 in economic support. So could you distinguish these 3 programs?
Absolutely.
I just thought, yeah, go ahead.
So this has been very dynamic and moving as we go. We're trying to find the needs of the citizens. We're trying to get the money and the resources to the people that need them most. Most recently, we're looking at adjusting this to an all-inclusive program where we're going to mirror what Universal City is doing, where they got the stabilization assistance. So I'm working with a nonprofit right now that would be able to offer.
But just for economic?
Yes, ma'am.
Not for the whole that, not for like mortgage assistance or
It
something?
will be, yes ma'am. So they're gonna be able to provide food assistance, clothing, rental assistance, utility assistance, and there's quite a few other counseling. It's very much all-inclusive. And this company has been vetted, even in a couple of days, Ms. Kinsler and I have vetted this company quite aggressively.
I thought we couldn't find a nonprofit.
So Thursday and Friday, I probably made contact with roughly 20 different nonprofits. There was a couple that could work for us, but they could only offer few things. Only, small amounts of clothing or food. I was really looking for that one-stop shop that's really going to fit the needs of the citizen. And I think we've done that with Ascension DePaul. So we're aggressively working with that.
I'm sorry, what are they called?
Ascension DePaul Services.
All right. And so are you proposing to take all of this money and put that into that specialized program for Leon Valley?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Oh, awesome. So it will include mortgage assistance? See, because that was my concern, is that Bear County only provides rent assistance. Well, we just are now, we don't have any more unemployment insurance for a lot of people in our community. And so I think the need is going to start getting really, really great.
Yeah.
And so I'm so glad to hear that. I thought we were, and then I think, did y'all see that I forwarded y'all another nonprofit in Leon Valley?
Yes, ma'am. I saw the one from Smash. Unfortunately, between our deadline of September 30th, there'd only be two different food distributions. And when I talked to them today, they were not sure how they could, when they come through, they basically have a pantry. They open up and you basically go in there like a closet. You pick out what foods you need. It's not just a bag. And they don't know how they would figure out which ones are Leon Valley because they have a larger target region. So, and then they were only going to have 2 more distribution dates between now and then. So we didn't want to set funds aside and then not get utilized.
Certainly. So, yes, this is really good news. I did not know we were able to do this.
I emailed you earlier this afternoon to let you know, but
sorry.
I figured we'd probably missed each other.
Yeah.
So the thing that's important about Ascension DePaul Services is that they use a piece of software that's called a charity tracker. And so just because I'm staring at Counselor Hody, not that I think he's going to do it, but so if Counselor Hody had lost his job and his wife lost, or, he lost his job, and he applied for mortgage assistance for the month of August, and then his wife went in and did the exact same thing for that exact same address. It was finding those duplicates, and it vets them in many ways. And it also requires documentation from the citizen that they really were COVID affected or COVID related. But we don't need to change the budget because it still falls under economic support, so we're still okay. But you all have the detailed description because we wanted to give you line by line of what we were doing. But the county just has the general, we want this much in economic support, this much in PPE. And so these programs, we don't have to stick to these programs at the county. We just need to try to stick to the amount in economic support if we can. So what I'm going to suggest is that we go with a smaller amount at first, but leave wiggle room after the first month. If the citizens have eaten up, the first 25 or 50,000, whatever you all decide, then we come back in here and it's really easy to say, let's put more in that. The other thing,
get the word out.
Yeah, we've got to get the word out. But we've got to get the contract signed with them. They're going to charge us $31 an hour. And what we've been doing this afternoon is we've been back and forth with Bear County trying to ascertain whether or not that $31 an hour that they're going to charge us to process everybody, whether or not that's reimbursable under the CARES Act.
Okay.
And so at this point, we don't have a definite yes, but we have a definitely, as long as it's a reasonable request, probably so, but we'll get back with you tomorrow. And so I'm thinking that even the processing of it from the nonprofits, they'll get paid for that.
I've seen in the Bear County CARES budget admin costs.
Okay.
So they have it listed, so I think that we probably would be able to get that.
All we're trying to do is just get approval, and we're going to have it by tomorrow.
And then also they said we needed a cap on mortgage. How much are you gonna, what's the cap?
That's your
Yeah,
decision.
I mean, that's another decision, so.
So we did get a final response, and it was just here in the last couple hours that they will reimburse up to 10%. And so I've got a couple of emails out to the director to see what's the typical cost to distribute these funds, whether it's hours or just a general fee. So we we've got that squared away. You had one other question there that you were asking.
I was just gonna say, even if you don't get reimbursed the full amount, I think you're gonna get reimbursed the majority, even if the general fund has to take some. You're still helping your citizens the way everybody wants to. We're trying to figure out how to do it. And from the survey we've done, no other suburban city, with the exception of Universal City, is doing this. And so when we got the idea that day at the suburban city meeting, immediately got the resolution and started calling nonprofits. But the nonprofits they use, we can't use because they won't service our zip code. So we had to find a nonprofit that would service our zip code.
We'll have this resolution to you at the next council meeting, and that's where we can actually discuss the caps that fit within Bear County's plan.
And all of the items that can be included
Yes, ma'am.
for assistance, like, okay.
And what I'd like to do is I'd like to put it on the, I think it's the 10th, because we already have the sign ordinance thing. Is it okay to tack it on there so that we could get that thing going?
What time is the
Meeting
town
on
hall meeting?
5:30.
5:30, okay.
After the sign thing, is that
That's okay
possible?
with me, yeah. I know we said that was gonna be a couple of hours.
I just want to move on it so that we can get the money to the people that need it.
All right, and, I did ask the gentleman at Bear County how many people have already used, tapped into their resources, and his last count, which is not updated, was 132 people.
From Leon Valley.
From Leon Valley, yes ma'am.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So we're definitely getting the word out.
Okay, good. I'm so glad, thank you.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate you doing that, because I was like, is it church a nonprofit? I mean, is this a church?
It is. It's
It is a church?
It's a faith-based organization.
That's, okay, faith-based.
I don't know if these have. And by the way, I think that's 132 households.
Households.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know how many people that's benefited. I think that's
You're
households.
probably right.
Because if they go by address.
Okay, but he also did say we have to be careful about not double dipping.
Correct.
Which you made the mention.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Great. That's wonderful. I know, I kept saying, why can't we get a church? Because they're nonprofits.
But they have to be able to already have the software and the mechanism to do this.
Yeah.
You can't just create that for them. And the beautiful thing is they have the charity tracker already in place. So
That's great. Thank you
they're
so
ready to
much.
go.
I just want to, because this is taxpayer money coming from the federal government. I just want to be sure we give them, give our citizens what they need. And I think we're all on the same page on that. And so I'm very, very pleased. Thank you so much for all your efforts. Okay, any other questions on the CARES Act? Do we need to, I don't think it was just an update. Oh, I have one other question, excuse me. There's some pool expenses in here, pool expenses in the CARES Act. Would we still buy whatever we needed to buy?
Yes.
Is that what you're gonna do, even though we may not open the pools?
Right.
Okay, that was my
So
question.
we have, when would you open it?
Okay, all right, very good. Counselor Hody.
I know you're excited about this, I can tell just in your voice. Good job, staff, you all figured it out.
Right there,
Mr. Cox,
Mr. Cox.
thank you.
Was,
Well,
he finally picked enough fruit off the tree. They kept falling down and finally one stayed in his hand.
But you know
the
what?
diamond.
Yeah.
Because it just shines all the time.
Yeah, I agree, but we had an example, Universal City, they were the leaders. And, I mean, I just happened to ask the question because I didn't think anybody in the county had done this. So I said, I'm assuming nobody's done this. And then all of a sudden Universal City says, oh no, Mayor, we've done it. And so I said, oh, please, send it to us. And everybody
funny
wanted
enough,
it.
their attorney is Charlie Zeck.
Oh my gosh,
So he's the
yeah.
one who wrote it, and so we'll
He
just
knew exactly
steal
what
it
we were
from
doing.
Mr.
Yeah.
Zeck.
So it was kind of fortuitous, but the effort, and when I found out that you'd already contacted 10 nonprofits, but at that point, we hadn't gotten one yet. So then I said, thank you for the effort, since, that was great. So yes, I am excited. I think it's going to benefit the city tremendously. Okay, excellent. So then we'll move on to agenda item number 6.4, discussion and possible action on request for 2020 candidates forum. And Ms. Kinsler, you're up again.
Okay, Mayor Council, this item came up last city council agenda, and it was Evan Bold that brought it up. And what he was wondering to know if a group of citizens, he was trying to get, he has a group of citizens, I believe from the Democratic Party, am I correct?
It's from the city of Leon Valley, most of us volunteers, and there's a couple from the group I'm affiliated with, yes.
So that's the group he's affiliated with. They wanted to do a council forum, but we didn't have it as an item for discussion. So I said, we'll put it on as an item for discussion. And then I heard from the League of Women Voters, they had been informed of this, so now they have a definite date set. I guess, I don't think they've confirmed it with anybody yet, but they would like October the 7th to do their forum. And they want to do it for the 2 places that are up, so it would be for 4 people. Yeah, that's it. Okay. And so we have the League of Women Voters, which the city of Leon Valley can co-sponsor, and I think that's what we've done in the past, if I remember correctly. So they didn't have to pay for the room. I'll have to go back and look. That's what I'm thinking. And then we have the request from this group to do a candidate forum as well. And so I just wanted to leave it in the hands of the council and for you all to be able to discuss it, because we couldn't discuss it last time.
Certainly. Okay, thank you for bringing that to our attention. So let's start with our citizens. Anyone that would like to address this issue? Mr. Bowl, if you'll begin, and then we'll go back to the council.
Yes,
Good
thank you,
evening
Mayor
again.
Council. So just to kind of give a kind of a background of how this has been going. I've respected the League of Women's Voters, especially in my time as now a former candidate for office. I understand their purpose is very impactful. The idea that I took up mostly on the outside the sanctioned will of the Bexar County Democratic Party, which is the group I am part of, is that we wanted it to be a citizen thing, being that this past year and a half has seen a lot of turmoil, and a lot of citizens are confused, but they have a great deal of questions, they have a great deal of many ideas. They didn't have any real direction, or at least someone who would step up and say, hey, I will guide us. Being that I have almost a decade's worth of experience in hosting candidate forums, so much to the point, in 2012, I was invited to the national conference of what is known as Democracy Commitment. It is the civic engagement initiative across the entire nation. They had the conference here in San Antonio, in I believe 2011, 2012. They invited me when I was just a college student, president of the organization there, the political organization there, and I took there a new way of hosting candidate forums. Yes, we were branded Democratic Party, but we had fashioned the event to the point where we were impartial in and itself. Yes, we were called Project Dem, but we fashioned the rules, the regulations, everything. We hosted where we invited Republicans and Democrats running for state offices at the time, and we actually got a lot of positive feedback. You could literally Google me, you find it. I have longer hair then, but I was speaking at that on a panel discussing how someone at 19 could do this. And so I've been doing this for the past almost 8 to 10 years now, and with no real word from the League of Women's Voters, which I'm glad they were willing to step up now, but I think given our current environment, we need to have citizens having more input. I know these organizations don't necessarily go and poll and survey the questions from the citizens themselves. They often don't allow citizens in attendance to ask questions. The few debates I've been to with the KTSA radio station, famously known for being conservative, during mayor's races, governorships, state senator races, we've been in attendance and we've been allowed to ask questions. So I think we need to do this and show the citizens that those who are running for office want to show the transparency, to remain ethical, and to really just prove their point.
All right.
So thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Mr. Arasa.
Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank Evan Bowles for taking the initiative to do this. And I think a forum or a debate is great. I've been waiting since April, and I'm really looking forward to it. And I only have one apprehension, though. Mr. Bowles has Dr. Rodriguez sign in his house, and he has my opponent's sign. So I don't think it could be fair and equitable. There has to be some type of bias projection there. I knew that the women voters were going to have one, and they did tell me October 7th, and I'm really looking forward to that. I think we all need to let the people in Leon Valley who we are, what we do, and what we're going to do. I just feel apprehensive that if Mr. Bowles does this, and don't get me wrong, I really appreciate what he does. And like I said, you know, he just goes all over the place, and I really do appreciate that. But I think it'd be a setup for Mr. Stevens and for myself. I don't have any problems letting the citizens of Leon Valley know where I came from and what I'm gonna do. But I think that due to the COVID-19, it may be best that we just go with the voters. And I just wanna know, I haven't talked to them, did they say it was gonna be done virtual or it's gonna be live?
She did not mention, I think at this point, maybe it might be a little bit too early to determine that since it's October, but she was just trying to set the date, and I hope I'm correct, because I thought I printed it and brought it and I can't find it, but I think she said October 10th.
Okay, and that's all my apprehension. That's good that Mr. Stevens and I are
Seven.
set up for this.
Okay, thank you for those comments, appreciate it. October 7th is a Wednesday, yeah.
It's just one time per agenda item, so.
6 o'clock.
Mr. Martinez and then Mrs. Hill.
I heavily support the League of Women Voters. They are a nonpartisan organization. They have always been very fair. They provide cards, so anybody coming to the forums can write their questions, and they kind of group them together. So, you know, there's going to be, you know, if you have 50 people, there's going to be, a lot of times it could be 5 or 10 of the same question. So they'll kind of group it together and pick the best question to ask all candidates. They are nonpartisan, and I just feel a group from the Democratic Party will be biased, even though they claim that they're not. It will, you know, our elections are nonpartisan, so I think we best bet by going with the League of Women Voters. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Mrs. Bowl.
Kimberly Bowl, Forest Oaks, Canfield. I just want to say that I don't care who puts on the debate. I want a debate for all the candidates, because I like to know where they stand on initiatives, issues. Who cares who puts it on? I'm happy that the Women's League of Voters are going to do it. That's fine, Evan, that's fine too, I don't care. It could be God himself to put it on. Doesn't matter, at least we're getting a debate, or whatever, I need the candidate. Second of all, because the signs were brought up, in my household, we have a democracy. No matter who you like or don't like. If my husband liked Trump, thank God he doesn't, that's my personal opinion, he could put his Trump sign up. I could put my Biden sign up. Sanders. I put Josh Stevens signs up. Mr. Ruska sign up. My son, he can put up whatever sign he wants. And because of that, I feel like that's a fair shake for everybody who lives in the household. Doesn't mean I agree or disagree. He gets to express himself. He lives in my house. But because there was such an uproar, I decided to take down every sign. Even my grandson's sign for his school. Because nobody liked the fact that I allowed my son to put up. Mr. Campos' son and Mrs. Rodriguez's son, along with my sign for Josh Stevens. At the time, I did not have Mr. Orozco's sign. I did get it from Ms. Chasen, but because there was such hatred toward it, I took it all down.
All right, yeah, we just need to try to keep back on the candidates. Yes, Mr. Miles.
Eric Mata, 4 Strokes Canterfield. So, coming up here and speaking, I think we try to focus on the business of the council and staff and the duties. So this is nothing personal, but since Evan Bull has put himself out there in an effort to try to host this event, my response to that would be, it'd be like me trying to host a candidate forum or a debate. Hate to say it, it's ridiculous, right? I would never put myself out there to host that. It's clear I'm biased. I make that clear when I'm here. I've made that clear on social media. I see injustice as I see it, and I've spoken out against it. Mr. Bull has clearly done the same thing from his point of view, which comes from the polar opposite end from where I am, and that's fine, that's his right. But the suggestion that we should somehow choose a clearly biased member of this community, which is his right. It's his right over the League of Women who have put this on for years and have experience and have proven time and time again that they're not biased. They're not going to play a role in manipulating it. I'm sorry, a lot of people would not trust Mr. Bull, just as a lot of people would not trust me in putting on an impartial candidates forum. So I think let's use some better judgment. We've made enough poor decisions here, and I just don't see that being possible.
Okay. Very good. Is there any other citizens that want to speak in the chambers? I have a letter that I received, so I'll read that. And I don't know if Ms. Posley, if you have any other letters, but this is from Rita Burnside, Forest Oaks, to be read at tonight's council meeting on this agenda item. Good evening. This is to remind you that the San Antonio League of Women Voters, not individual citizens, have been carrying out the Leon Valley Meet the Candidates Forum in the past and will undoubtedly do so for many years to come. This nonprofit, nonpartisan 501c4 National Voter Educational Organization is working diligently to present to the public information about candidates for all regional, state, and national offices. The Voters Guide and Candidates Forums are such services. Candidates and citizens alike have always been grateful and very satisfied for their unbiased participation. To have anybody else other than one of their volunteers as moderator of the Leon Valley Candidates Forum would not be acceptable to this voter and should not be acceptable to all candidates. The young man who has stepped into City Council chamber limelight offering to take over the League's place has demonstrated again and again his partiality toward a certain council member who is also a candidate for re-election. He never checked with the League if they were committed to participate. In February of this year, the League was contacted concerning the Leon Valley Forum for the May election by a Leon Valley board member. They would have accepted the idea, but you know what happened with the May election. Not having it in May, one should not presume that they would not do it at all. The decision how citizens can get a chance to see, hear the candidates and ask questions of them that's applicable to all forums this fall will not be an easy task, whether to choose virtual or an outdoor location. I am sure that this is the reason for the delay in firming up their commitment to our city. I have not heard from a League of Women Voters board member by this evening. The city manager should contact them about their decision. They probably have us on their calendar already. Let's keep the forum unbiased. And that's from Rita Burnside. Okay. If there's no other questions from the citizens, okay, Mr. Johnson? And then, oh, you have some others that you wanted to read. Okay, thank you. We'll hear from Mr. Johnson. Thank you.
William Johnson, Forest Oaks, Canterfield. I feel very strongly that we should go with a proven racehorse that the League of Women Voters has demonstrated over many, many, many years that they are totally impartial, that their moderator will be totally impartial, and that they will accept and consider all written questions that they'll screen them for bias before they present them to the individuals that are involved in the, quote, debate. I see no reason why we should go away from a clearly excellent setup with the League of Women Voters.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. All right, and Mr. Bradshaw, you said you had some letters to read as well.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It's just one letter. And this is from Josh Stevens. It says, "Good evening, City Council. As one of the 4 candidates who have an opponent in the upcoming election, I firmly believe that the citizens of Leon Valley deserve to get to know the candidates, understand their positions and stances on issues, and have the opportunity to have questions answered. I have received communication informing me that the League of Women Voters has the City of Leon Valley scheduled on their calendar for the Wednesday before early voting starts, which is October 7th, 2020, from 6 to 8 p.m. This is the predicted time. This is the only impartial and nonpartisan debate that I have been has traditionally given all Leon Valley citizens the opportunity to come out and get to know the candidates and get questions answered of the candidates. As the League of Women Voters publishes in their mandatory, they are a nonpartisan organization that encourages the informed and active participation of citizens in government, works to increase the understanding of major public policy issues, and influences public policy through education and advocacy. They are the perfect organization to hold an impartial debate, especially who has demonstrated strong bias at multiple council meetings and has been observed colluding with city staff, and my opponent has been trying to organize a debate from it. He has publicly spoken negatively about my campaign, shamed and slandered my character in public posts, and intentionally sent messages to followers of mine on social media with defamatory and untruthful comments. I have emailed screenshots and evidence of these comments to all of you for the records. Though I firmly support this person's right to speak their opinion and express themselves, I don't support them being the lead organizer of an event or moderator of an event which is orchestrated most likely to smear my reputation. When this individual approached me about the debate, I told him that I would be more than eager to participate in any debate so long as the moderators are proven to be fair and impartial. I even offered to pay for external moderators that have expertise in holding debates. He has expressed to me that he is unwilling to open himself up to the possibility of having unbiased external individuals to allowing a rogue member of the community who has demonstrated bias and his extreme negative opinion of me to participate in an event that is sponsored, co-sponsored, advertised, promoted, endorsed, or supported by the tax dollars of Leon Valley citizens is against the Texas election laws. If the city allows my opponent's close friend and confidant to carry out a partisan debate with moderators that have such a strong bias, not only will I refuse to participate, but I will engage local media regarding the informal complaint I will file with the Texas Ethics Commission. I encourage the City Council to approve a resolution with the League of Women Voters to co-sponsor the upcoming debate and assign a staff liaison that can work with them to ensure that they will be successful to roll out the forum that will likely be conducted mostly online. Sincerely, Joshua Stevens.
All right, thank you. Okay.
It wasn't on the agenda, so this is 100% a council decision, but just thought it needed to be brought up appropriately, agendized.
All right, so I believe we're back to the council now. Is there any council that has a question or wants to make a motion or weigh in on this? Yes, Councilor Rodriguez for a comment.
Okay, this is the second time, Mayor, that someone has had to come up. Maybe they didn't say my name, but hello, I'm the only one running against Mr. Stevens. I don't need to hear comments about
Mr. Bull being my friend. Mr. Bull is not my friend. He is a citizen. I represent him. So, can you please put a stop to this? This is ridiculous. I don't need to be slandered or badmouthed every time someone comes up, oh, well, that's her friend, or this is it, this is that. It's ridiculous.
It's hard to stop people when you don't know what they're gonna say completely, but anyway. Okay. Anyone else? Yes. Counselor Hody.
So I just wanted to commend Mr. Bull, and I truly believe he would do his best to have a fair and impartial, because that would be in his best interest. I don't know about the rogue citizen stuff, but anyway, I think for the sake of transparency, you go with the tried and true.
And is that a motion? It's not, okay. It can be. Okay, Counselor Bradshaw.
I'd like to make the motion, Mayor, that we co-sponsor the debate with the League of Women Voters as we have traditionally done.
All right. We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. We have a motion by Counselor Bradshaw and a second by Counselor Hody to enter into an agreement with the League of Women Voters to co-sponsor the candidates forum in the fall for the November 3rd election. Is that correct? Yes.
Do you have a counselor that unmuted herself?
Okay. And we have further discussion. Yes. Is that Counselor Alcacer? Thank you.
I just had mine on for voting, but I did want to thank Mr. Bowl for bringing up the opportunity, and as I believe he originally said, it was brought up because no one else had brought it up, so to have him denigrated at this time seems inappropriate, but I turned it on just to vote.
Okay. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Someone abstain.
Okay. The motion carries 4 ayes and 1 abstention. Okay. All right, so it is 5 minutes before 9:45, and I want to, we said we weren't going to start another agenda item before 9:45, but I will read this and we'll go forth on this one, although I don't think it's going to take 5 minutes, but anyway.
It was the starting is what we said, starting. Agenda.
Yeah. So, discussion and possible action regarding the conduct of Councilman Will Bradshaw. So I guess we'll start it because it's 5 minutes to go.
So if you go to the next screen, I don't know really what to do about this one because I didn't ask for this to be on the agenda. I asked for the first one to be on the agenda, and then there was a motion. I came to this body asking for your guidance so that the staff that works for the city of Leon Valley can enjoy a comfortable workplace without interference. They can be free of ethics regulation violations, and they can be free of counsel accepting or admitting liability to things. I just asked for your help. If you go to the next screen. The C statement is the same as it was last time. Fiscal impact, especially the admission of liability, can be severe to the city of Leon Valley. And the emotional and the psychological impact to the employees as the manager here is what's most concerning to me. As I told you last time, I've gone to the briefings to apologize and offer support. As long as people did their jobs, follow the policies and follow the laws, they would stay employed here if they so chose. And then I showed you a couple of videos, which there's only one new one added. And I don't think we need to replay the first two. I think they're still up there. But all I'd ask you to stop is the harassment of the staff, dictation of duties to the staff, direction given to staff, the belittling of staff, interference in the performance of staff duties, admitting to liability or implying liability of the staff. And then I ask for your discretion as to the next steps. And then after that, Councilor Rodriguez, I think it was, made the motion, and I don't even know who seconded it. I think it was Mr. Hody. not sure. But anyway, to put this on the agenda for tonight, so here we are. I have, the only piece of new information I have is the third video I added. I don't have, it's on the, it's on. So, as far as new information, I mean, unless somebody requested, I would love to not have to play those videos again. There's 3 videos attached to this,
Not attached.
yeah, remember, Excel attached them to the.
They're linked.
They're linked?
No, they're linked. We can't attach them.
Oh, so she has to go to the agenda?
Correct.
Oh, okay, you have to go to the agenda, sorry. And again, whatever the solution is, I'm just asking for help. So she's having a problem loading it. I'll just tell you about the video. And if she loads it, then we can listen to it. My concern is that Counselor Bradshaw contributed towards defense fees for Olin Yarnell, somebody that your police department lawfully arrested, and then made a statement to Justin Pulliam about the arrest. My concern is that
it's seconds behind.
So that's the third video that I added. And I hate doing this because it's not healthy, but it's also not healthy to go back in there at 10 o'clock at night and apologize to the police for what we're doing. It's not healthy to say, you know, you're executing a lawful arrest warrant. You're okay. I'm sorry that your counsel is paying for the defense fees, but it's okay. You know, keep doing your jobs. And so I feel very stuck in the middle. As somebody explained earlier, I think it was maybe Citizen Martinez, the manager works, you know, at the pleasure of the council. So no manager ever wants to do this at all. But I also have a staff of about 117 people that I'm responsible for. And law enforcement officers should not be treated the way they were treated that night. And we certainly shouldn't be going on a website and stating that we're raising funds and we're paying for a defendant's defense attorney fees and then making a statement about the arrest. Clearly, our charter says we can't do that. And so I'm again asking you, as I've asked you before, to please help me. We just need to stop. And this wasn't mine, this was the 2 counselors, so.
Thank you, Ms. Kinsler. So we'll hear from the citizens. And so Mr. Johnson, if you'll come forward, please.
William Johnson,
Welcome back.
Forest Oaks, Canterfield. Last council session, we had the city manager come to this podium and explain that there was a legal duty to serve that warrant, that it was required by law. We then heard that the chief of police didn't want to do that because, well, we really don't want to embarrass the man in his home. And then we found out that the warrant had been here for 6 days or more. If there was a legal duty to serve the warrant, why didn't the director of personnel for the city order her staff to execute the warrant during reasonable daytime hours, rather than wait until 1:30 in the morning when the arrested individual had no ability to bond out? The example was given of the individual that assaulted Mayor Nierenberg. That individual was given the opportunity to go downtown and was allowed to bring a lawyer during business hours and got booked, but was released immediately. ROR. The argument given last council meeting was we didn't want to embarrass the man. But the man was taken down, booked, shackled, and thrown into lockup in the middle of COVID because it was 3 o'clock in the morning when he got downtown and clearly could not get a lawyer to speak before a magistrate or a judge or whatever the process is and be allowed to bond out just like the alleged assaultant did with Mayor Nierenberg. So my question here is, if there was a duty to perform this, if there was a legal requirement to have this done, why wasn't it executed when the arrest warrant arrived here? Because we didn't want to go to the man's house and embarrass him because he's really a nice guy. We heard all of that. That flies directly in the face of the argument made by one party, and that argument was made by a subordinate to the first party. So I was stunned. I was right there. I was the person closest to him when he was arrested. I was stunned and speechless.
Mayor, this is off topic, point of order.
I don't, it's about Mr. Bradshaw exploding
not
at
about
the arrest of that citizen, and you were trying to equate it to that arrest. Is that right?
This is not
I
the agenda.
respectfully hear the complaint of the councilwoman. I'm getting to my point.
Yeah, get to your.
I was stunned. I was so stunned I was speechless. I couldn't say anything, but other people did. And it was the manner in which the arrest was made. And it's understandable for someone to get emotional and vocal in that situation. So there was no guidance. Please put the slides back up. There was no guidance given to the city staff. There was no you shall, you will, you must. That's what's required legally to give guidance.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bowman?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I would like to say that, again, it breaks my heart to have to witness this happening. I don't think you could say that it is justified. Police officers try and take what little discretion they are given when performing their duties. And I think at the time, last meeting when it was discussed how the arrest was conducted, it made sense and it was compassionate. And it was the response that the police received from someone who, on an unbiased note, stands at a higher level as a representative, should be acting. He acted like someone who didn't understand his role in our community. He is the leader. He is the example set. And to act in that manner, to continuously act in the manner he did about the subject, says a lot about what we should be seeing from our leaders. And it is what as I mentioned over the last, I'd say, 2 months worth of meetings about showing strength rather than weakness. In a time of turmoil, we look to y'all to ensure that there is some level of professionalism in our community. Yes, be passionate. Yes, feel as you do. I'm not even a council member. I am not a state representative. I am not the governor. But you know, I hold myself as I hold my friends to a higher standard, my family and those around me, because people are looking at me. People do see me from the outside. As I do see Councilman Bradshaw, as I see everyone here, I hold everyone to the very same standard that is held of me. And I don't think it's a small thing for the city manager to come up here, and it's sad to see her essentially beg for y'all to rein in yourselves, to, if you have such a problem like that, go through the proper channels of being professionals and talk to her. If it's such a egregious situation, she has to be the one that essentially punishes them through her department heads. That is something that is done through a channel professionally, and what has been displayed is otherwise. And it's just so very heartbreaking, and to have citizens who are okay with that is even worse, because we're the voters and we're supposed to be the ones that are in charge of the city essentially. And if we are to act like this, to respond this way, we need y'all to be essentially the adults of the group, if we cannot ourselves be adults of it. So I really hope that y'all do something, commit to action by next meeting, so we don't have to see this again, because that creates a weakness. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
if you have the video ready, it came on off.
Okay,
You wanna play the video now or wait till?
well, I
after?
think
Citizens to be heard.
let's hear from the citizens, since that was a delay. I would have, and then we'll see it. I mean, I think we're gonna see it eventually, so, yes. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you. Nora Shiratori, Forest Oaks, Canterfield. I saw the video the next day because it was too late tonight. I couldn't see it that late. But when I saw it, I was just shocked and shaken. And I just we didn't understand what was going on, what was happening.
Mm-hmm.
So I can completely understand Mr. Bradshaw's reaction. I was doing that same thing at home. I was standing up going like this, just because of no understanding of what is going on. And so I did hear Chief Salvaggio's explanation, and I understood more. It was better. I understood what they, and I was very grateful when I heard that they treated him, good after initially, but then afterwards they were, they took better care of him, I understood, and I understood that he thanked them for their treatment of him, so I was very grateful for that, and that helped a lot. But I can understand Mr. Bradshaw's reaction, and so I think this is a very good young man, and we're very lucky to have him on council. So I just wanted to say that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Meyer.
Eric Mata, 4 Stokes Canterfield. I have a written statement prepared. But leading into this, I just want to point out something. Here we find ourselves at a crossroads again, where we have a staff organized by the city manager, and very much by the police chief, who have decided that they're going to come after one of our elected officials. I've said this before. Whether I supported you or not wouldn't matter. The will of the people to choose the people they want to represent them is more important than the staff and their hurt feelings, whether or not the city manager had to come out here at 10 o'clock to have a meeting to make them all feel better. We heard that during Mr. Martinez 312 last summer. If staff would get out of politics with their supporters on council, we wouldn't have this problem. We wouldn't even be here. I support Mr. Bradshaw's First Amendment right to express his outrage at what he felt was a political hit job. I was there right with him, and I'm proud to be in that video, expressing my outrage as well. So, I'm going to read this written statement. We cannot stand for such blissful ignorance of our Constitution and the freedoms granted to us, specifically the First Amendment. You see a council person just like any other person on the or off the dais. They have a right to express his or her disgust, just as you, Ms. Kunstler, are attempting to express your disgust with another byway of this agenda item. It is egotistical and erroneous to think that your disgust is valid, but Mr. Bradshaw's or anyone else's is out of line. Further, an attempt to silence outsiders is just as outrageous. A federal district court in Pennsylvania explained in 1993 decision, Wilkinson versus Ben Salem Township, allowing the state to restrict a person's right to speak based on their identity could quickly lead to the censorship of particular points of views. Time and time again, Mr. Bradshaw has stood fast in his morals and faced every type of roadblock imaginable. Yet he continues to honor his pledge to the voice of the citizens. His and his constituents' point of view is that being attacked here today. And that notion spits in the face of our founding fathers and lawmakers over the decades. We honestly don't even understand how this is a topic of conversation. The arrest that outraged Mr. Bradshaw was after a meeting concluded, after the gavel struck, when there was no rules of decorum in effect. If a council person could be put in the crosshairs for things they do and say outside of a public meeting, then let's talk about Ms. Rodriguez.
Okay, Mr. Mata.
All right. Well,
your time is
it's more
up.
to read, and I'll
Yeah.
come up, citizens.
You can do citizens be heard, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Oh, and by the way, that was worked on by myself and Mrs. Sarah Smart, a member of Change Leon Valley.
Okay, thank you. All right, was there anything else? Ms. Martinez?
Pat Martinez, Seneca Estates. I wasn't here to know what Will said or what was done. I only heard about it afterwards. But I don't know if his behavior was that bad. But can it be any worse than Brandon Milan standing up here yelling at the mayor? Was he reprimanded for that? We don't know about that. We all thought that was outrageous too. So I don't think one can erase the other, or should it erase each other.
Garrett?
Sure.
Don't have me arrested for that. I'm Johnny Garrett, and I live in Leon Valley, and that man back there, I grabbed his arm. Is anyone gonna have me arrested? Isn't that exactly what happened to Olin, and that's why charges were pressed on him? Am I not, is that correct or not? Or you don't have to answer. I'm tired of not getting any answers, and I'm very patient.
Anyone else in the chambers? Did you have citizens be heard as well? Okay, go ahead, please.
Mayor and council, one of them is from California, so my understanding that that's not to be read.
That's correct. But it'll be made part of the record.
Yes, ma'am, okay. The other one is submitted from Sarah Smart and Justin Pulliam. We cannot stand for such blissful ignorance of our Constitution and freedoms granted to us, specifically the First Amendment. You see a council person just like any other person on or off. I'm sorry, I've been here since 6:45. Let me start that over. On or off the dais has a right to express his or her disgust, just like you, Ms. Kinsler, are attempting to express your disgust with another by way of this agenda item. It is egotistical and erroneous to think that your disgust is valid, but Mr. Bradshaw's or anyone else's is out of line. Further, an attempt to silence outsiders is just outrageous. A federal district court in Pennsylvania explained in 1993 decision will consider.
Mayor, didn't we just hear this, Mr. Mocker, that up?
Is it the same?
Sorry? Was that the same?
Yep.
Okay, so if it's a repeat, I think we don't need to read it again.
Okay.
Okay, so if that's the same one? Thank you for bringing that to my attention, I wasn't. Okay.
Things here go in one ear and out the other one.
It's 7:05. Okay, no more citizen comments, so then we'll go back to the manager, and you had something else you wanted to present. No, not really. As Crystal's getting the last video ready, you've already seen the first two videos. This is not discussed. This is concern. This is concern for not following the charter. I'm not interested in violating anybody's First Amendment rights, period. I'm interested in this body following the charter so you have a functional, healthy government. That's all I'm asking for. And again, there's not a city manager in this state who would want to be in my shoes and have to come and say, can you please help? Can you please follow the charter? Nobody wants to do this. I don't want to be here. But I know it's my job. I understand what my job is. And I also don't ever want the men and women in blue treated like that by somebody that's supposed to be on their team. If there's a complaint against the police department, it needs to go through the proper procedures. If you don't think the manager is handling any complaint against the police department effectively, fire her. But don't get in their faces and talk to them like that and violate the charter. Don't do what you're going to see up here and start admitting liability on the city's part when there's none. It clearly says in the charter you can't do that. So these are all things that I'm telling you through the years, we're going to have to fix in a court of law. And I don't want to go there. I want you all to help me fix this. I felt like I was begging last time. I feel like I'm begging again. I don't know what else to do.
QAnons.
At Leon Valley, it seems like they're always ready to remind us just how much tyranny they're capable of. A few weeks ago at a city council meeting, after Olin Yarnell 78-year-old member of the public there who's involved in trying to take back the government for the people after he was quite critical and effective also in exposing the political establishment. They arrested him after the meeting on an arrest warrant for an alleged offense that occurred over a year ago. Yet they chose 2 o'clock after a meeting, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, to make the arrest. I have new video of that arrest, so hang tight if you'd like to see that. But first, I'd like to give a big thank you to a number of the people who gave generous contributions to help cover his entire legal fee. That's right. And full transparency, I wrote a check last week for $3,500 to his attorney who he's retained, Luis Martinez, a $3,500 retainer to cover his legal defense, and that's paid. And I'd like to thank all of y'all who stood up. Over 100 people donated to help raise that, and it's great that we can stand up to the bully police and the bully political establishment and say, hey, if you're going to go after people, the whole world is behind them, and we have their back. And I think we have demonstrated that we have Mr. Yarnell's back, and those fighting to end the tyranny in Leon Valley, to restore liberty. We're there to support you, and I thank all of you who made it possible. It sends a very powerful message. I'd like to especially thank Josh Stevens, Tony Marufo, Scott and Jackie Conrad for all you do for the rights of the citizens. Olin Yarnell is a good man, and it is disgraceful what is going on in Leon Valley. Thank you, Councilor Bradshaw. I'd like to thank David Kincaid, Larry McRae, Danette Mitchell, Renardo Orozco, and Nanette Nino. They come to defend someone standing up to Leon.
So we are admitting liability, which is the charter says we can't. So again, I don't know what to do. I have a police chief who, when he does his job, I'm told by the council, and have been told in years past, to make him stop doing it. And you hear it again every single time, that it's the political establishment, it's the chief, it's the manager. That's not what these videos are indicative of. These videos are indicative of a council member violating the charter. And I'm asking you to help me stop this. However we need to do it, it needs to stop. So, motion was yours. I don't know how you all want to handle this. I'm available for questions. I'm sure I can find Chief Salvaggio. He's available for questions. The officers, I'm at my wit's end. I don't know what to do anymore. We're doing our jobs, and we're constantly getting pushback and harassed, and treated like whistleblowers. And it's not fair. Thank you. So I know this was your motion, Councilor Rodriguez, if you want to begin, and then Mr. Bradshaw.
Treated like whistleblowers.
I had a question for the chief, if he doesn't mind answering. Chief, my question to you is, several citizens have come up and discussed poor Mr. arrested person. He didn't do anything. A resident just said, well, he just touched her. And that you waited till 2 o'clock in the morning, et cetera, et cetera. My question is, just like I know Ms. Alcacer gave a statement, is it true or incorrect that Mr. arrested person had an opportunity to come in and give a statement to clear himself or to explain what really happened?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that being said, when the warrant was issued, did you or did you not have a choice to follow through on it?
No, we had no choice, and we could have arrested him that night for the violation. We chose not to. We chose to take that and let it go through the process and let it go in front of a grand jury and let him get indicted based on the facts that were presented. So it was completely out of our hands. We definitely, we're not playing favorites. In fact, we're doing everything we can, like we normally do, to try to stay out of anything to show that we're playing favorites, and we're not. So they grand jury indicted him. We hoped that he would get picked up. He did not. And eventually, when he presented himself, we had no other option but to arrest him.
When the incident took place, how come you were so generous about not arresting him?
Initially, we wanted to make sure that his First Amendment rights were not violated. We wanted to take away any appearance that we were trying to stop him from being part of his government, because we knew the lies and we knew the games that were going to get played by the group. And it did, exactly. If you watch the video that was released by Councilman Bradshaw and Mr. Mata to Justin Pulliam, you know, it's chock full of lies and chock full of the stuff I'm talking about. And then they've had to walk back those accusations because it's not factual.
Okay, thank you, that's all I want to know.
Mr. Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mayor. It's interesting that this new allegation was added to this presentation, the admitting of liability. I'm not admitting to anything, but, you know, if that were the case, who is it that this lawsuit is it the assault charge that was made against Mr. Yarnell? Was it not made by Counselor Alcacer?
Yes.
Or was it made by the city of Leon Valley? Is the city of Leon Valley the prosecutor of Mr. Yarnell, and so somehow I'm admitting liability? If Counselor Alcacer is saying that he assaulted her and I donated $100 to his defense fund, how is that admitting any kind of liability to the city? It doesn't make any sense.
Right.
It just shows further, you just showed your hand, Ms. Counselor, that this is, again, a coordinated attack against members of the citizenry that stand up to this bullying and this coordinated effort. We talk about the charter. You say violating the charter, violating the charter. I'm sorry, but the Constitution is above our city charter. And I will fight that to the day I die.
I'm standing. Excuse me, you haven't been recognized. I'm sorry. You've had a lot of speaking, so let me hear from other people, please. Do you have anything? Ms. Charles or Ms. Alcacer? Now, before you make that motion. I guess I was just wondering why it took from June 4th, because I didn't know. I mean, I was here and I knew about the arrest after the meeting, but why it took from June 4th to July 21st to bring this to the council attention. Just a question. And then I'm also wondering why you're coming to the council now for Mr. Bradshaw's behavior, but you didn't come to the council for Mr. Martinez's behavior. You know,
Right.
we didn't have anything like this for Mr. Martinez. You just went right into an investigation.
Did you
So I
want me
just
to
was
answer?
wondering, well, these are just questions I have right now.
Okay, let me start
Not
getting
necessary.
answers ready for you.
Well, you know, this, I don't know what the motion's gonna be, Ms. Charles, but, you know, we can, and that's why I had this agenda item at the end about, and of course I didn't know what this agenda item was gonna entail, but, you know, I would just implore that we try to work this out and not have another 312 hearing, because it's expensive and it rips this community apart, and I believe the citizens are in charge, and the citizens should elect and diselect the council, and then 312 hearing and the expense and the emotional tearing up of our community. So, okay, that's it.
Did you want me to answer your question?
Okay, what was the question I had? Oh, yeah. Why did it take from 6/4/2020 to 7/21?
Was
to
that
bring
the
this
date
to-
of the arrest?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so I
It took
believe.
7 weeks, and I didn't know that, that was the first time I'd seen that video, so I didn't know about it.
I didn't know about it either.
Yeah.
Until sometime after. And, you know, you just kind of hear things. And then when the video actually got downloaded, I was actually back in the police department, and I was like, wait, what's that? And I heard it. I think somebody requested it in an open record. I don't know. I don't even know who. And so I listened to it. And I know that the police officers, talked a little bit about that when you sit there and you are in officers' faces telling them that they are no different than the officers who put their knees on people's necks. I believe that that is so insulting to what's happening in America right now, and the Black Lives Matter movement, and the movement that you see across the United States for reform. This out here was not about reform. This was about conducting a lawful arrest, and actually with the arrestee in mind, making certain that he had his say at the city council meeting. It was giving him extra, and by his own admission, treating him well. So these are not officers who put their knees on people's necks. And what the officers have expressed to me, which scares me to death, is that they find themselves hesitating now. And I don't want them to hesitate. I want them to follow the policy and follow what they learn. Our policies are good and they're solid, and they meet what the movement is asking for. And I don't want our officers to feel like they're doing anything wrong. If they do something wrong, absolutely, we'll address it. Did they do anything wrong that night? No.
Better
they didn't.
learn law.
They didn't do
over
anything
policy.
wrong. And so when they don't do anything wrong and they're in fear of losing their jobs, or they're in fear, that they might hesitate to conduct an arrest or to do something, that scares me. I don't want an officer killed on duty because they hesitate, period. But again, I think it's offensive to the movement. Your second question, why is this different? This is very different because I had civil rights allegations laid on my desk, one counselor versus another counselor. Nowhere could I find how to address it. So I ended up going to TML, asking them how to do it, when my own city attorney couldn't even help me because she had one herself. That's very
But the charter says the council
different.
shall
You
conduct.
already have an opinion on that, Mayor. You have an opinion as the attorney
a
on
long
it.
time ago, yeah.
And so you already know what the answer is to that I can do that. And so in this case, this is not council on council. This is the staff. This is the police department. And I just feel like law enforcement in general right now is very fragile because of those few bad apples out there.
Few.
And I don't want to believe that our law enforcement, in fact, I don't believe that they are bad apples. But if we do have any, I absolutely vow and commit to get rid of them. In fact, I've already terminated, it's not knees to the neck, but for remarks that they've made. So we have no problem getting rid of bad officers, but I want to keep the good officers. And I want the good officers to believe that you as a body support them and you're on their team when they're doing the right thing.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Anyone else? I think, Mr. Bradshaw.
I would just have a follow-up question for either the chief or Ms. Kensler. Has Leon Valley hired any officers who have put their foot on suspects' necks?
Not that I know, sir.
If you read the newspaper, those 3 fired officers that you recently hired from San Antonio, one of them in 2015 put her foot on a suspect's neck.
And I would tell you, don't believe everything you read, sir.
Amazing.
Yes, sir. Mr. Hody.
Okay, so
Councilor
we're all
Hody.
supposed to work together here. The minute I got on council, we tried to have a retreat, which in other words, we go get together and we learn about Robert's Rules of Law or whatever, those sorts of things. But that didn't happen. And I just want to say, that you can ask questions and express concerns without yelling and hollering. I don't understand that. I understand heat of the moment things, but when we're in the positions that we're in, you can disagree but you can be respectful about it. That was not conduct becoming of a council member. I just, maybe that's what you thought, and that's fine. I don't think that, but don't do that. Why would you do that? Why would you put yourself in that position knowing that you're a city council person? You can talk to the police afterwards. You can meet with me and we can discuss it. The mayor and you and I could talk about it, because that's not important. I don't understand why we have to do, why you had to do what you did. Because if I didn't know any better, I'd swear that you did it just to start something up. I don't think so. I really don't. I hope I'm any better than that, but I just think that it was just, you know, and you show like zero regret about it. You know, if you could come back and say, you know what, flew off the handle, apologize for that. But I don't think you did anything wrong, and I don't understand why not. Why you can't see the errors of your way in this particular case. It's just beyond me. I don't get it.
Okay, yes, Mr. Bradshaw, go ahead.
I'd like a chance to respond to that.
Sure can.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, generally, I feel like I am pretty level-headed and calm and professional in my demeanor. That evening, what I saw, you know, you say conduct unbecoming of a counselor. How about a counselor filing assault charges on a citizen who continually speaks out against what's going on in the city, filing assault charges for him down to Bexar County Jail, where there's a hotbed of coronavirus, putting his life in danger? Is that not equivalent to putting their foot on their necks?
Mm-hmm.
You're endangering this man's life. I was upset about it. People are dying from coronavirus. And, you know, we talk about, Ms. Kinsler talked about, oh, I have to be concerned about our staff and our police and all that stuff. I'm sorry, but that is not what I'm elected to do. I'm supposed to represent the citizens. And if a citizen getting their life put in danger does not bother you, then I'm sorry, then I have to ask what's wrong with you.
Right.
I'm sorry. It's just, I don't understand how the rest of the council is not outraged, and I do know why, because it's all set up, it's all planned. Mr. Urinal has been targeted from as long as I've been on the council. The chief tried to file charges against him from the Pilgrim Cleaners incident. There's just multiple times where there's a pattern of behavior. And actually, this agenda item, it's interesting. The complaint wasn't made against me until after there was a council meeting in between. There was a council meeting after the Olin Yard Ellington, and I wanted to put an item on the agenda to talk about, I made a motion to talk about, it's supposed to be the next item on our agenda tonight, fraud, abuse, waste of city funds by our chief of police and our city manager, and then a complaint was filed against me. Is that not retaliatory? Is that not, I'm getting too close? I'm pointing out what's going on in the city, so we gotta get rid of Council Bradshaw, and we gotta do it quickly because we can't have this.
Okay, it's Ms. Kinsler's agenda item, not yours.
I'd like to be recognized on that.
Oh.
We have an individual who keeps hollering out in the crowd and you're not stopping it. I'd ask that you warn him. I ask that you warn him, and if he does it
Who
again,
is it?
you have to
I
remove him.
didn't hear it.
This gentleman right here, one of the First Amendment auditors.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I have
He keeps hollering
like
out.
Tourette's. It's just, you know, there's.
He's out of line
it's-
again, man.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Could you move maybe to the back, or, I don't know.
No, he shouldn't be making comments at all, man.
Is he making comments?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We're all hearing it.
All right, so you're warning, sir, that you can't make comments, okay? If you need to, you can move to the foyer and continue your video. And I'm sorry, yeah, just bring it to my attention, because I said, I don't hear and see everything, so. So, the particular question you wanted to answer, was there a question that you had, Mr. Bradshaw, that you wanted to address? Because it is Ms. Kinsler's agenda item, so I think she should
Are you asking if he's got something we want to address, or?
Well, I thought you had a question. Did you have a question? Oh, you didn't have a question. Okay, so I didn't understand what you wanted to respond to. Oh, that. Oh, thank you. Okay. See, it's getting late now. My brain isn't working as well as it should. Okay, very good. Thank you. I'm glad that you brought that up. Yes, sir.
No, I just wondered from Councilor Bradshaw, if he's suggesting that Councilor Alcacer's charges or complaint are not legitimate. That's pretty much what it sounds like you said. I don't know the story on that. I was not here. I did not see it. I think maybe some other folks did. I'm assuming other folks did. And certainly it's her word against his, but I don't know if there was something else, you know, beyond that or video or anything, but you're accusing me of what you're saying, which is, I mean, Councilor Alcacer is a citizen too. I mean, why doesn't she have the right to file this complaint? It's not, I don't get that either. That doesn't make any sense to me. You're only, it's like you're standing on one side. I always try to look at both sides of everything. And I met with the chief and Councilor Rodriguez to talk about it, and I asked questions, and was it clean cut? I don't know, maybe not. You know, there's always something that you think, well, I could tweak this or that, but I asked my questions and I had them answered. You could have done that too, but for whatever reason, you're not willing to do it because you're probably gonna say that, you know, that the chief's against you and all this stuff over and over again. And I even wrote an article in the Lions Roar to meet with the staff, to talk to the staff. But folks won't do it. And you know, I've even offered to meet at the same time just to make sure that there's nothing going on. And no, I'm not gonna do that.
Councilor Hody, just so you know, you obviously don't know the specifics of the arrest. It's not one person's word against another. There's witnesses and there's physical evidence as well. And it wasn't this department that made the decision. It was a grand jury of 12 persons that made the decision to indict Mr. Yarnell. This department simply brought the evidence to the district attorney's office. They're the ones who took it to the grand jury. They could have dismissed it right there. We didn't even know it was going to the grand jury. So.
But a grand jury, excuse me, I thought a grand jury was for really big things. This is just a misdemeanor.
They took this to the grand jury because it's assault on a public official.
Oh, okay, all right.
So violent defense.
That's okay, I got the answer. That's the
You
answer.
didn't get the answer.
Okay.
The answer is, and like I've explained before, it was taken there as a felony because it is a felony violation. They made a decision to indict him on a lesser included offense, which was a misdemeanor. But it was taken in front of a grand jury as a felony, as all felonies are taken in front of a grand jury. And then they had the determination of being able to indict, even if it's a misdemeanor, on a lesser included offense, and that's what they did.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay.
Well, that answers your question.
Mayor, I have a motion.
Yes, ma'am?
I like the motion that the city council conduct a 312 hearing against Councilor Bradshaw with the guidance of an outside attorney, not investigation, but guidance.
I'll second it, Charles.
All right, conduct a 312, I just want to be sure I have this right, conduct a 312 hearing against Councilor Bradshaw. I don't understand about guidance, but
Well,
outside attorney, not
I'd like the
investigative.
guidance of an outside attorney and no investigation, but with guidance.
Okay, I'm gonna have to be the one that does this with the attorney.
No
so-
investigation to what? I'm sorry, no investigation for what?
I clearly understand what you're asking for, Ms. Charles. That's not to have an investigation go straight to the 312 hearing. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay,
Oh,
but
okay.
my question is, you're saying guidance of attorney. Are you saying you want an attorney present at the 312 hearing? Because I'm gonna need to contract with somebody, so I don't,
An attorney for, executive session, and I would like an attorney throughout the process, yes.
okay. So you're talking about an attorney for the hearing?
Right.
Okay.
So we have a motion by Counselor Charles and a second by Counselor Rodriguez to conduct a 312 hearing against Counselor Bradshaw. Go straight to the 312 hearing, no investigation, but an attorney for executive session and an attorney for the hearing. Anything else? Yes, any further discussion? Yes, Counselor Bradshaw.
Mayor, I would like to ask our attorney, Mr. Zek, doesn't our charter or 312 procedure require the hiring of a disinterested investigator? I believe that's, I think it's in the charter that it says that there must be a disinterested investigator appointed for 312.
Mr. Zach?
I was gonna pull it up on my computer.
There we go.
Looking up here.
Oh, you're looking it up, okay, so I was gonna do the same thing.
I'm pulling it up. Yep, I'm pulling it here.
It's not in the charter, but the 312 says, basically 312, let's see, 312B says, all hearings held under the hearing process for clear forfeitures of office and prohibitions. All hearings held under this subsection shall be conducted in open session, except the council may conduct a closed session to get advice from its attorney pursuant to Texas Open Meetings Act. The office holder subject to any investigation and/or hearing under this section shall be entitled to written notice of the allegations of forfeiture and/or alleged violation of the charter. Special meeting shall be called. A member of council who initiated or is the subject of the investigation or hearing shall not sit at the dais and shall not participate in deliberation and vote. Council shall adopt ordinances for rules and procedures. Council shall state the nature of the hearing and the allegations to be considered. Shall be provided the results of any investigation and a presentation of evidence. I'm paraphrasing now. Individuals subject to the hearing shall be provided an opportunity to respond and ask questions, no public comment unless agreed by a majority vote of the council. It doesn't say anything about requiring an attorney for an investigation in the charter. Or at least in that section. I don't see anything else.
Charlie, I looked at 312A and B.
If you want to amend your motion, you can do that, or her motion. No.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything in either.
I don't either.
Yeah. I was speaking, Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Zek?
Yes, ma'am?
All right, what was your conclusion then, after you read the
There
office
isn't
and
any,
prohibit? You said,
there is nothing in what I can see in 3.12 of the city charter, that requires a outside counsel lawyer to be hired for an investigation. I think that's what, Mr. Bradshaw, if you could clarify, I think you were.
I asked if it was in the charter or in the 312 procedures. I wasn't sure which one, but I remember from Mr. Martinez's hearing, somewhere there was, that it must hire a disinterested investigator was the terminology used. So I believe it might, if it's not in the charter, it might be in the 312
Then that's gonna be the
procedures.
procedures then.
Yeah, I do agree that you need to hire a disinterested lawyer to assist with the proceedings. I don't know if it's necessary to conduct an investigation. I think that's something that whoever you hire to assist would give direction on. And I could also take a look at the rules, Mr. Bradshaw, I just don't have any time.
Okay, thank you.
No, I haven't either. Ms. Rodriguez, I think you have them. The procedural rules.
Yes,
And,
the protocol for conducting the
Uh-huh.
yes.
and does it say something about disinterested?
I don't, honestly, I don't see it, I do recall something similar to that.
That's under definition of a designated officer.
Correct.
But it's for the procedures. Yeah. That's what we got.
Yeah.
Charlie, in the procedures under 1.04.006, there's the definition of a designated officer. That's where Counselor Bradshaw's getting that language from.
In 1 point what?
1.04.006. See where it says designated officer? So if you were to designate, yeah.
Let me read it.
Okay.
Yeah, so it says, an individual designated by the city manager or city council to examine any complaints filed against the official conduct of any department, agency, appointed boards, offices, officers, officials, employees, or appointed board members of the city. The designated officer may also be referred to as the investigator. If the respondent is a member of the city council as defined under the charter, then the designated officer shall be appointed by a majority vote of those members of the city council entitled to deliberate and vote under the member of the city council as defined under the charter. The city council shall ensure the designated officer has sufficient qualifications and experience in municipal employment matters to fulfill the obligations of the role in all other circumstances the city manager shall. I still don't see where it's required to be an investigation.
I didn't read that either.
Okay. You were complaining.
Sir, I was just wondering if you could keep that thing to him, is there a chance he knows I can?
No, it's his phone.
Oh.
It's your phone. I was trying
Yeah,
to
we
hear
need to
something.
silence our cell phones. I didn't, yeah. It's distracting. Thank you, sir. Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Zach, would you continue, please? You were
Yeah,
finishing reading.
I don't really have anything else at this
Okay.
point. Because I understand that Mr. Bradshaw, and I'm sorry, Mr. Bradshaw, I don't want to put words in your mouth, just if I'm not being accurate, please let me know. That Mr. Bradshaw was, position or point was that any attorney hired had to be an investigative attorney, and I'm not seeing that anywhere in the, at least at this point. I'm
Yeah.
not seeing in the charter or in the rules.
No, you're understanding me correctly, Mr. Zek. That my understanding is there had to be an investigator, and, you know, specifically the phrase disinterested investigator. So that's why I was under the impression there had to be an investigation for a 312 hearing, but if it doesn't say that,
I'm
then,
just not seeing that.
okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for checking.
All right, so we have a motion and a second, and I believe we have no further discussion, so Ms. Bosley, if you'll please call the roll.
Counselor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Counselor Charles?
Yes.
Counselor Alcasair?
Yes.
Counselor Hody? And Counselor Bradshaw?
No.
Okay, and so I had a question, Mr. Zach, since this is our last agenda item for this evening, as far as the procedure of carrying these items that we didn't take up this evening, do they go on the next agenda item or tomorrow's agenda item?
Mayor,
just
could I
don't
make a
know.
motion that we suspend the rules of procedure and continue these last two agenda items for tonight?
Okay, all right. We could do that. Okay, you have a motion to suspend the rules of the,
That we end at 9:45, that we can.
so that you continue and take the rest of the agenda items. Okay, so we have a motion, do we have a second? Okay, Mr. Bradshaw, that dies for lack of a second. So,
So I'd like to make a motion that we continue tomorrow as we had originally discussed. 5:15.
yeah, I was surprised at that. So is that how it's gonna work now? If we don't finish, it's gonna always go to the Wednesday following? Is that, y'all's ever?
We can do that, it just has to start at 5:15.
Has to start at 5:15? Okay.
I believe we said we would go to the next, council meeting.
Well, that's what I was under the impression, but what I'm hearing in the chambers is that it's tomorrow, which is not the next council meeting, it's the next day. So
Now
that
we
was,
agreed to the next council meeting.
okay, so you're for the next council meeting, that's what I understood now. How about you, Counselor Alcasair?
I think it was to the next council meeting also.
Okay. And Counselor Hody thought it was for tomorrow, the following Wednesday. You were gonna look at it, Ms. Kinsler, during something, weren't you gonna go look at it?
I said I would look at it, I wrote you a thing, said I'd look at it, but I ended up forgetting.
Okay, that's
Looking
okay.
at
I'm
the fund
just-
balance for Counselor Bradshaw and forgot about it.
Okay, and Ms. Rodriguez, Counselor Rodriguez said either or, and Mr. Bradshaw, what did you understand?
My understanding was it would go to the next council meeting as well, because I thought that, Council Charles had a conflict.
Speak! Let justice speak! Let justice speak! Let justice speak! Let justice speak! Fire Joe! Fire Joe! Fire Joe Savaggio!
Hey, could you hear it in there? Yep. In the council?
Let Justin speak! 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 Fire Joe! Fire Joe! Fire Joe Savaggio! Fire Joe! Fire Joe! Fire Joe Savaggio!
Fire Joe! They've made a motion to put the last two items on the next council meeting. They're about to close.
Can you hear us in there?
Huh?
Hey, we're shutting it fucking down. That's funny.
Let Justin speak!
Well,
Let Justin speak! 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 Let Justin speak!
the good councilman made a motion to finish the last two agenda items.
Fire Joe! Fire Joe! Fire Joe Savaggio! Fire Joe! Fire Joe! Fire Joe Savaggio!
Hey, political.
so we could look at it, but we may not have any. We didn't have a person with this tonight, so we know we'd like to see them. They'll be coming on next meeting, so, okay. All right, so, I think we've got our, citizens, well, that's, they took the vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
Wasn't
Mr.
seconded.
Cody, did you want a second, or did you want to withdraw that? It was a second, yeah. I didn't know that you made the motion. Okay, so, 18 for that.
Make sure you put your mask on, sir.
So I guess we don't take anything more. I mean, I'm sorry, I know your hands are up, but there's no more citizens to be heard. You know, we're done. Right, procedure. Unless Mr. Zapp, is there a statutory requirement that we must have 2 citizens to be heard at every meeting?
No, ma'am,
Okay.
there is not.
Okay, all right. So just for clarification, it would not be.
They say, yeah.
Like everything you had to say.
Agree. Huh?
I appreciate everything you had to say.
Well, you know.
Can I give you a card?
Huh?
Can I give you a card?
Them starting the 312 on me is what started all this.
I'm Andrew with Political Trench Tribune. Share, like, and subscribe. If you know of any corrupt cops, corrupt judges, I have a tip line. You can call me anonymously on the tip line, and I'll go take care of it.
That's why I did this my card.
All right, Mr. Martinez.
Let justice speak! Let justice speak! Let justice speak! Let justice speak!
Councilman,
Let justice speak!
I'm Andrew. Appreciate you. I want to give you my card.
Yeah, sure.
In addition to what's going on here, if you know of any other corruption anywhere, I have an anonymous tip line.
Okay.
You can call anonymously. You can have anybody call anonymously, and I'll go handle it.
Okay. Awesome. Where are you out of? You're out of.
I live halfway between Austin and San Antonio.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm close.
Cool.
So, you can call my tip line, and I'll call you back on my cell phone.
Okay.
Let justice speak!
All right.
Thank you.
You bet.
Appreciate it. Thank you guys for coming out.
You bet. And praying for you, bro.
What's that?
Praying for you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Watch that step. That's a bad step.
I'm not as young as you are.
Come on, Ray. Let's jump up.
Shit, I fall down.
Yeah,
Were
they voted to have a 312 hearing against me.
Bam!
And without an investigation this time. That's how bold they are. They wanted to hire an attorney, but have no investigation on the matter. They're just going to vote. Think about this. Think about this. My political opponents, all of them up there, campaigned for the person who I was running against in the last election. All of them. They had his signs in the yards. They went around with him door to door last May. And
No, I'm talking about when I ran, when I was elected. They campaigned for my opponent, and now they're going to be the ones that are going to give me a fair trial. Come on, we all know what's going to happen.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of trial is going to really happen.
We all know that this is orchestrated by police. She says, "Oh, I hate to do this," and then she says, "Oh, depending on how the council votes, like it's any kind of surprise how they're going to vote." She knows what's going to happen.
Well, I have a question. You're a city council member.
Coordinated.
You're everybody here, this is Will Bradshaw. He is a sitting city council member at Leon Valley.
He's a hero.
I have a question, and you may or may not know the answer to this. How many lawsuits does a police chief cause a city before the city decides to fix something?
That's a really good question.
Is there a magic number?
I wish I knew the answer.
So far, Savaggio has 2, and he's working on 4 that I know of so far. So, is there a magic number? 10 maybe? I don't know.
I don't know what the answer is either.
Okay.
I was surprised too, and I questioned him. They kept on talking about the comment that I made is you are the officers who are kneeling on people's necks.
Yeah, she did hire someone to do
and they
that.
said, "Oh, we don't know what you're talking about. Nobody's done that here." And the chief said he's thoroughly vetted these people he's hired. It took me 2 seconds in an internet search to find that Miss Montoya, who he hired to be a reserve officer for San Antonio or for Leon Valley, that was fired from San Antonio 2015, she had a complaint. There's a whole.
Yeah.
It takes 2 seconds to find it. She's put her foot on somebody's neck
Come on over,
after
join the
insulting
party.
them. I mean,
okay, so
do some research before you hire these people.
So Chief Savaggio put a foot on my neck, metaphorically.
I'll give you a
Okay,
card.
and we know that he put a foot on the
I'll give
neck
you
of
a
the
card.
Constitution, and we know that. One question I have as a journalist. Jesus, I forgot what it was.
Oh, come on.
Man,
You gotta
do
get that
political
beyond-
transcription.
Yeah, I know, man. You
Share like
got me
and
on that
subscribe.
neck of
Okay, thank you.
you got that me on
I have a
the
tip
neck
line
of the
there you can
Constitution.
call or have somebody call anonymously. If you know any corruption.
Oh, I know what it is.
Police,
I would,
constable,
if
sheriffs,
they got rid of me
mayors,
theoretically before
judges,
November, 6 months
any
later,
corruption
there's another
anywhere,
election,
call me
back to
anonymously,
running.
I'll go
However,
cover.
if you pay attention to what's going on in Leon Valley, they're trying to change the charter again.
Yeah.
They're trying to change the charter that if you are removed by a 312, you cannot run again.
Yeah.
Right? So if those things pass,
I
then
have
no,
his
I
card.
can't run again, according to them.
What do you mean if they pass?
If they pass,
If the ones that are proposing it get their buddies to pass it, you know it's going to pass.
No, it's not them, it's the voters. This goes to the voters.
The voters.
So it's up to the citizens.
Okay.
It's up to the
312
citizens.
is pretty much in the bag with this city council.
Well, yeah, they're going to vote the way they're going to vote.
But it's going to be on the ballot whether or not they can change the charter.
It's
Yes.
kangaroo. It's
Okay.
kangaroo
Yeah.
situation.
Tell the city manager.
That's on the ballot. We need to get the word out to the citizens.
People need to
This
know,
is
yes.
what needs to happen.
You can
And
tell the
actually, if
city
you guys are
manager.
reporting on this,
Yeah.
I'm not. The chief tries to loop everybody together. Everybody who he thinks are bad guys, auditors, Change Leon Valley Project, rogue city councilman, as he calls me, the mayor. He tries to, disparage everything. He calls you guys agitators, but. And I'm not an auditor. You guys have some valuable skills. I've seen YouTube videos, and there is a skill that comes along with it. Well, I just yesterday recorded some videos of myself and breaking news. I wanted to say it in there, but I couldn't because they shut me up all the time. They wouldn't let me get much of my agenda item.
Yeah.
I'm starting to release a series of videos on, if you go to facebook.com/I will represent you.
Yeah.
Or you can go to the Change
Hey, is it backslash or forward slash?
Whichever one.
Okay,
it is.
forward
I don't
slash.
know. Forward
I will represent
I
you.
will represent you. That's my campaign Facebook page. I released 2 videos already on the things that are going on in Leon Valley. These allegations that I have of illegal activity. The chief lied about towing of vehicles, lied to this council and misled the council. That's on there. That's one of the videos. Another video is when I first ran for council, he came onto my property and he moved my campaign signs from 3 feet from the road to 17 feet into my property.
Yeah.
Because he says, "Oh, you're going to puncture a utility line." I mean, come on. Come on. We know what this is about. So that's just the first 2. There's many more to come. So you guys are inspiring by the way you do this reporting, and that's kind of what I am trying to do too.
So the question I have for you
Expose
is,
the-
why do you think the city manager is covering up for the chief of police, Savaggio, and all the whole police force?
That is the $1 million question of what is their end game? What is it? If you notice, these complaints to get rid of me are right after I made these allegations. Or I didn't make the allegation. I just wanted to put it on the agenda to discuss it.
Yeah.
That's really telling too. I put on the agenda to discuss the misuse of funds, fraud, and abuse of power. And none of those other city councilors, 4 of them, would even second it. They don't even want to hear about it. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to discuss it. They don't want to investigate it, right? Think about that for a second. They don't even want to know anything about it. And so right after I made that motion, they did this complaint against me. And the other thing I did was I asked for the pay stubs of the city manager, the chief of police, and reimbursements of city funds that they'd been given from the city.
Right.
They wouldn't give it to me. They wouldn't give it to me. As a city official, they would not give me the information. And they just said, well, that's just in your official capacity, you don't need to do it. So I had to do an open records request as a citizen, and then they finally sent me, actually I just picked it up yesterday, 1,800 pages of billing statements and all this stuff. Haven't even gone through any of it yet. And it's their attempt to try and hide whatever's going on, I don't know what the end game is. I do know there's some nepotism that's been happening. You know, Chief Savaggio was a student of Kelly's at UTSA, where she was an adjunct professor. She brought him in, hired him, and then now says she's resigning in September. Who knows if that's even going to be the case anymore. And then appoints him, think about this again, she's appointing him to be her replacement. Like what kind of crazy world
It's
is
a
that?
conflict of interest. They work together.
The first time they
She's
tried,
backing
the
him.
first time they tried that, I tried to go to that city council meeting, and that's where they arrested me because I was going to
They
go in there.
kicked you out?
No,
Yeah.
they arrested me.
Yeah, they do that
They
all the
arrested
time.
me. They destroyed my equipment. It's still sitting in there in the property room. That's
They
what
said
they
there's
were.
nothing in there. That's what that lady today. I'm
No,
up here. They said the lady there today, Johnny Garrett, a citizen, went up and asked if there's anything in the property.
For
evidence
John
room.
Gray?
No, she just said anything at all, and they said no, there's nothing
Well,
in there.
just so you know, I have it
So-
on video where they beat me up, they destroyed my equipment, and what the game
And
they're
they
playing,
took your
and
stuff.
they took all my equipment. The game they're playing now is that since I'm trespassed, I can't get my own property. They want me to do a third party form, so that what I have, and part of that form is that I relinquish all responsibility for my property to the third party. So I need someone to document my property and the
What's
destruction
going on.
that they did. Also,
I'll see that in a raging one. They seized property in a criminal case. That criminal case was dismissed in January. They have officially refused to give it back with no explanation. Will, my question
You got
was...
your question? You remember
Yes,
it?
I remember.
Okay.
So, again, you may or may not be able to answer, but there was a KSAT 12 news interview with Joseph Savaggio regarding the hiring of some police officers who were fired from the San Antonio Police Department for various reasons. One in particular was an officer who used the N-word 11 times towards an arrestee. And one of those statements, according to the body cam footage, was the suspect asked, "Why am I being arrested?" And the officer replied, "For being a fucked up N-word." Now, the media did not cover that specific statement, but I've covered it extensively. So
Is that
you'll
on
have
camera
to take
somewhere?
it is on camera, and it's in the
Wow.
official IA investigation report that you can pull up through KSAT. You can pull up the whole file. Yeah, and so the media did not cover that. It seems like that had been washed under the bridge. But even using the other, in the other situations where he used the N-word, my question is this. One, I have two parts. One, do you have any comment on that? And two, if you had the authority to dismiss an officer in that situation, or if you had the authority to prevent that officer from being hired in the first place, would you have prevented it? Would you have sought that he was fired?
So a couple of things in there.
Does that police officer need to work at Leon Valley?
They don't come to council on any of their hiring decisions. You know, now we could go back and debate that. Okay, every person we hire, I think we have 110 something employees of the city of Leon Valley. Do we need to vet every one of them, the council personally, and go through their resumes and do their background checks? I don't think that's necessary, honestly. It's my opinion. But I would trust that our chief, who is supposed to be doing this vetting, does look into this stuff. I just questioned him tonight. You guys probably didn't see it.
Yes, we
couple,
did.
A couple of you were in there.
Oh, we saw it. It was
questioned
being
him and
live
said-
streamed.
Live stream.
Oh, okay, you streamed it.
Everybody, the whole
So
world saw it.
I asked him if they hired anybody that put their foot on anybody's neck, and he says, not that I'm aware of. What kind of a background check did you do on these people
He's
then?
lying.
He is.
Right?
He's lying. He's aware.
I'm not
So-
admitting any liability of the city,
Do you have?
but I am saying we have a chief who's made a series of bad decisions.
He's out of control.
Bad decisions.
Okay, one
Yeah,
more question, please. Do you have any plans? We know for a fact that Chief Savaggio hired the officer that used the N-word 11 times. Do you have any plans to prevent that from happening again?
So another good question. There is a petition on changeleonvalley.com to, and it has to have 300 signatures, and then it'll be
.com.
.com, right?
.com.
.com.
We'll find it.
Yeah.
ChangeLeonValley.com.
ChangeLeonValley.com. There's a petition for citizens. We need 300 signatures of citizens that would put an ordinance that Leon Valley will not hire any officers who have been fired by another agency for any reason.
do that, I don't-
or any officers who have cheated on a promotional exam.
So who's the
Interesting.
author of that?
I don't know who.
Who's pushing that?
the
Who's
petition is.
responsible for that?
I know that it's the.
Is there
some of
anybody
the
in
group.
particular that could take credit for getting that ordinance passed? Who originated that at all?
I don't know if he. I know he's involved in writing that. I don't know if he wrote it all himself, but Josh Stevens was
Josh
one of
Stevens.
the
Okay.
contributors to
All right,
that.
thank you.
Correct.
Can you get an ordinance so that we can record and document public officials inside?
Honestly, I can't get anything done. You guys have seen that.
Yeah.
I've got 1 against 4. I can't get
Why do you
anything
think
done
they're so
here.
afraid of
I can't
Mr.
even
Morgan?
get an agenda item put on without asking the mayor to put it on in my behalf because they won't second my motions.
Well, for what it's worth, my viewers are asking for you to run for mayor.
I
Do
think
you,
should
do
run
you
for
have
higher office.
Will? Do you have
on
any
that,
plans
along
to run
those
for
lines,
mayor?
it's really up to. I don't have any plans to run for mayor at this time. It is really up to the citizens in November. If the citizens want this, if this is what they continue to vote for, then I'm sorry, I hate to say it, but they can have it, right? I will fight and I'll try and represent the citizens, but if they're going to keep electing people that are just trying to silence everybody and violate people's rights, then that's what we're going to get.
Speaking of
I
that,
would if I had the
It's funny.
my
There's-
way, I would try and get candidates that understand people. I would allow filming. If there's nothing to hide, why don't we let them film in city hall, right?
My next question is this, and I know I said it was my last, but I have one. You just made me ask another one. you have 3 choices to respond. You're a liar, you're not a liar, or no comment. The current government as it is in here, the majority, I am going to say is going to end up probably costing the city of Leon Valley upwards of $50 million when all the lawsuits are tallied. Your choices are liar, not liar, or no comment.
$50 million?
I'm estimating.
I honestly have no idea.
I can see 4 lawsuits on the horizon.
I
2
have
are
no
already
idea
filed.
about that. So
Okay.
I had to say no comment.
Did you hear about? I came to try to speak about.
I saw them take you out at one point.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Assistant Chief Gonzalez put his hands on me. I made an ADA request for reasonable modification to the mask policy because I have disabilities that prevent me from wearing one. And they refused it outright, which is against federal law and even state law for discrimination.
He was denied library services because he's homeless.
And then
he
there's
came here to address
that's what I
that
was
with
gonna
council.
speak to the council about. Was yesterday, Regina, the manager, said that the council approved the policy to not provide services to the homeless here in Leon Valley at the library.
I don't know anything
Afghanistan,
about that.
Afghanistan veteran,
I
100% blind,
Thank you for
completely
your service,
honorable.
sir.
And
I haven't heard anything about that ordinance, and if it happened, it was before I was on here. There's a lot of ordinance in our book of ordinances. One of them being that junked vehicles ordinance that conflicts with state law. Savaggio, like I said, go watch the video that I posted online earlier today. Savaggio said that our law matches word for word exactly with Texas state law, right? And there's nothing we could do to change it. So then a couple meetings later, I made the motion. Let's make our law match Texas state law exactly. And they voted against it, 3-2.
That's because they already.
Thank you, Will.
Because they wanted tow vehicles. Yeah. Thank you all.
you.
I
Go get some
appreciate
rest.
your
Real quick question:
support.
could you hear us in there?
We could hear you.
Yeah, everybody could hear you. Everybody could hear
Rock and
you.
roll, guys.
Silly
Thank you.
question. All right.
Thank you, Bradshaw.
Thank you.
You have a good night. Appreciate it.
All right.
Yeah.
That's a wrap.
I think y'all's presence made a difference tonight, and it
Did you hear us?
it put them on edge,
You had great
we
input.
know.
as they should be.
That's the point. Anybody that violates free speech or constitutional rights or laws or doesn't follow the law should be on edge.
That's exactly.
I was even able to get my words in for a while finally. They finally shut me down.
He tried to kick him out. Tried
to kick me out.
Guys, we'll be in touch, Jack.
Huh? Because I was making one-word comments.
Okay.
Let's roll, folks.
Hey, Jack,
Yeah,
you
to my
email?
camera.
Can you forward me some of the links of all the stuff going up?
Hey, call me.
All right.
Call me on my tip line. I'll call you back on my cell phone.
All
All right.
See y'all.
Dude, all the police are hanging out.
You need anything, Mike?
They still hanging out?
No, the police were hanging out.
You need anything?
They were mad.
Care to comment on how well you think it turned out tonight?
About the same there.
About the same as ever? Yeah, that's pretty typical. All right. Well, appreciate the comment.
You bootlicker, Jack Miller. That's my name. And it's going to make your government follow the law. That's all I want. I want the law to be followed. And until they start following the law, you're going to have to hear my voice. You're going to have to deal with me. And one day I will be allowed to walk in there.
Fire Joe! Fire Joe! Fire Joe! Fire Joe!
There's going to come a day.
Fire
There is going to come a day where you're not going to be able to hide behind that little rock. You're not going to be able to hide up there on that bench.
Thank you. She gave me two. She's got one too. I decided to put my Spurs shirt back on to support the Spurs.
You're not going to be able to hide behind that bench.
I wondered if they were going to have games. You know, seems
I know.
I don't even have masks on.
No, you're fine. You're
Hey,
fine.
you're not going to give me anything.
Well, I'm 97.3. That's my IQ. Not
Your
my
IQ, right.
Not my texture.
Can I get a couple of comments from you? I really like your comments in there.
Oh my gosh, like what?
Huh? Well, what you said. Well, you can review the tape. I mean, I'm Andrew from Political Trans Tribune.
I am the plaintiff that's going to break this city.
I'm halfway between Austin and San Marcos.
What? Oh, you want to see this?
I'll give you one.
Don't take my card.
No, I won't take your card. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll even give the chief of police one
Good.
if he wants it.
Good.
Well, look, you take it easy, okay?
Share, like, and subscribe.
I will, and you too.
Thank you.
I just worry about, you know, at my age, you just quit worrying. You don't even plan anymore. It's not even fun to plan. But I have children. I have great grandchildren, and I want them to have what I had growing up. I would hate to see what happened in the 40s.
I hear you.
Some of those days back then, I just hate to see that. And that's what we have to look forward to if they take our freedoms from us.
I know.
We had to fight for them.
Oh, you're going to like my videos. You're going to love my videos.
I'm going to love you, darling.
You're going to love my
You don't
videos.
get your freedom back once you lose them.
It's okay.
Too many people have fought for them.
I hear you. My eldest sons, I've been friends, his best friend that he's known since. My eldest son, he was a Marine.
My dad was
And
a Marine.
He went over, he had just joined. He went over to Iraq, and this has been about, how long has Travis been gone? 9, 10 years, 11 years?
He passed in 09, so
09.
11 years.
And that was, he went to fight for our freedoms. And that would do him an injustice if we didn't keep our freedoms.
If we don't keep our freedom, but sometimes I wonder why we fight. Why are we in some of these places?
I agree.
I
don't know. We should be here at home. That's my opinion. I think we should be here at home.
Pick up a camera. Everybody needs to pick up a camera. Just pick up a camera. That's where the fight is.
Well, I guess so.
Yes,
And,
ma'am.
You know.
Well, bring the facts too. That's good too.
Exactly. Exactly.
because you can see the facts. I've seen some of these films, and I've seen them where they're being brutal, and I don't approve of what Floyd did. I mean, he was a bad person.
But he shouldn't have had what happened to
No,
him.
he shouldn't. But when you're a cop, and I'm taking both sides. I see both sides. When you're a cop, and we don't know what happened when Floyd got out of that car. He fell once, and the guy had to pull him up. He fell again. Maybe he was doing something bad. I don't know. But you can get this adrenaline rush, and your adrenaline doesn't quit flowing. And he may have been on that neck.
Maybe I have new information for you on that. If you don't already know, that cop and Floyd worked together for 17 years in security at a bar. They knew each other, and not only that, but if you look at that video real close, there's two things about it. That squad car magically has more than one squad car number, and the gas prices on the pumps in the background are not conducive to COVID-19 era. Chew on that.
Okay. Do you know, I wondered,
I don't want to pass out in front of y'all. My blood sugar is very low.
I understand.
But
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you.
You take it easy.
Keep up the good fight, man. Keep your eyes open.
I was glad y'all were here to videotape me up there presenting all the facts to the council about what's going on council and what's going on with the citizenry. And, you know, I hope y'all come back again to see that, you know, council's at the behest of the mayor's crushing transparency.
Well, I'm seeing you with a blue line flag, and then I'm hearing the words come out of your mouth, and I'm like confused for a little bit, and then I listen a little bit closer. It sounds to me like you're walking the fence, getting yourself positioned for the future in there.
No, I'm just a person who understands, as a person who works in security. I'm a security officer. I've had the pleasure of being the first in my family to be a police officer in the past. I'm nearly 30 years old, so I've had a great deal of experience so far in civic engagement, because that's where we lack over the past 25 years overall in this nation. And I am very charismatic. I have the ability to articulate what people can articulate themselves, and I find myself just being in the community and expressing not just my view but the view of others, and to press for the citizens. If that is indeed we are the bosses, then we the citizens should have a run at this. This is new times. It's the 21st century. Politics and life is changing. So instead of doing something the same way we've done for 30 plus years, give something new a try. Give the citizens the actual power to conduct a very non-biased debate. That's just step one of giving us the ability to participate in the process. And many do not have that ability, and they've been scared. So yeah, I started when I was 19, because college students didn't know.
How old are you now?
I'm 29.
29?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
So
Can you give us, we got your name in there, but I don't remember. Can you give me your name?
Evan Bold.
Evan Bold. Good.
Yes.
Bold.
Bold,
you are bold. Here's my card. I'm Andrew with Political Trans Tribune. That's a tip line. And so it's an anonymous tip line. You can have anybody call it anonymous if you know of any corruption anywhere in any law enforcement agency, or any judge, or any mayor or council person, or wherever. It doesn't matter where it is in the United States. If you know where any corruption is, you can have that call anonymously, and we'll go cover it.
Yeah, sadly, I find it here. I'm a person of fact. I'm a logical, scientific individual who deals in facts only. It does not matter where those facts are thrown at.
That's what I want. I want facts. I don't want just frivolous tips. I want facts. If you know.
And I find it sadly that a lot of the misinformation is being driven in the citizenry and having a voice on the council. I think if you go back over almost a whole year now, you'll find that I've been at council and my messages remain consistent. I speak clearly. I don't have any sensationalized opinion, and because I see enough of that already. And when you get sensationalized, you lose yourself in that. And so I like staying with facts. If you told me, you know, the sky is made of neon and it's hydrogen, I'm going to come up and say, no, it's hydrogen. But you're going to say something that you don't feel good about hydrogen because you had some experience at 2 years old, nearly dying of helium. So you're going to have a bias against helium, but the scientific fact says it's helium, not nitrogen.
Got it. So it's kind of like if I said, the British are coming, the British are coming.
They're not.
But they did. So
They did.
They did. And the answer to 1984 is 1776. Have you ever heard of 1984?
Don't do this.
Have you ever heard of 1984?
The book?
1984.
Yes, 1984 is a movie. It's a play.
Oh, okay.
That was written by George Orwell about the times that we're living in. And 1984, whenever he wrote it, was way in the future. And they made a movie way before 1984 was here. And it's what we're seeing now in our society and a lot of what was going on there tonight.
Did they plan it that way?
It seems so,
Was it
yes.
orchestrated to
It seems
fit
like it
into
was
that?
planned that way by global oligarchy, yes.
Okay. I think that a lot of this stuff is global.
It is global. It's globalism.
And we got to, and what I've been trying to do is maintain local. And what happened in there over the past 2 months is that we have a weak council and a weak mayor. Like I said tonight, based on the form of government we have, you have two pillars, the manager and the council and mayor. When one is weak, the other has to naturally essentially prop up the other until they bring themselves, have an epiphany, grab the power that you are given by us and do that. Otherwise, we have the appearance of a city manager running wild. She's been a city manager for many years, about half my life. That gives her
Kelly?
a confidence, yes. She's been a city
yeah,
manager.
but she got canned over in New Mexico.
But before that, she was at least 2, 3 other places. Yeah, but
underhanded stuff that went on.
she
over
has
there.
the experience to come in here.
Oh, the experience that she did in Mexico. I wondered about some of the contracts she signed.
Well,
You think she's taking payola under the table to sign some of those contracts?
I don't think so.
I wonder where she signed it.
I don't think unless there's facts to say it, and unless
I don't know. I can't find any facts out because I keep getting this little song and dance and no answer.
Right. So, it's called the Delphi method. So
What?
the Delphi method. Okay. Have you ever heard of Agenda 21? They changed the name now. It's Agenda 30 something. I won't go into that. I'll just say that the gist of it is the global oligarchs are pushing everybody out of the rural areas into the metropolitan centers, and then they're closing all the rural areas for their agenda in the future.
Yeah.
And so they'll have meetings just like council meetings, okay? And they'll have experts in there that'll talk, and then they give the citizenry their say. And so whenever the citizens talk, and the citizens can say whatever they want to do, they've already made their determination, they stamp their determination. And then later on, when the citizens getting pushed out of the area, they say, hey, I was there, we talked about this. And they say, well, you didn't stand up against it. You had your piece, and it's called the Delphi method. Look it up. The Delphi method.
Everybody start bet.
It's a song and dance method, and the city councils have adopted it. It's globalism having infiltrated our city councils through ideology. So it's local people doing local things with globalism mindset and neurolinguistics. So look it up. Just explore it.
I rarely say this. Johnny knows this. Johnny knows this. I rarely say this. While I might personally disagree with that, it based on what I've seen is we have a council presented facts by staff, by city. I go up there, present facts, and articulate it in a way that everyone should understand. And I rarely only speak when something is spoken wrongly. So, example, lawsuit, a motion was filed. It was a falsification of a court document. I didn't go up there and blast it publicly at first. I went to the person who filed the lawsuit, candidate Josh Stevens, who has made an effort through email to an attempt to interfere with my plans to hold a debate. Like I said up there, I have experience holding non-biased debates.
Did your input cause the change that it needed to cause? Or did they just vote the way they wanted to?
Well, because of the emails that I was received with Josh Stevens attempting to have a hand in planning it, which is both inappropriate, unethical, and actually illegal by our state's election laws. It is illegal for a candidate, their campaign, or representative to have a hand in planning the process or questionnaire of a debate that they will be present in. And that's just always been the fact, and that's been expressed. I found out that through a letter mailed out by the mayor recently to at least my house, is that she automatically rubber stamped Josh Stevens for his position. You know, that having all that information, having that information from his emails, that even his attempts 3 times to interfere, I have maintained a impartiality to still say, it's inappropriate for you to have a say. Will you reject or accept? Your reasoning is whatever reason you give is your reason. We'll accept it, but know that for full transparency, these will be made available to individuals when it comes time. The public will know you haggled in an attempt to interfere with a democratic process.
Do you stand with Bradshaw in his position, or you stand against him with what he did?
I stand against him in the fact that he is an elected official and should have maintained a more professional standard.
Okay.
And that should, and as I stated in the meeting, that he should have gone through the proper channel. And if it wasn't to his liking, if going through the city manager to the police chief to the officer, if that wasn't to his liking, he could keep pressing it and bring it to the whole council's point of view.
Got it, and that was brought out in there too. Listen.
But yeah, I need to get...
Bowl? Cool, all right.
I get your...
Call me, we can have an interview sometime. And ma'am, you don't have to write the questions down. You can call me and we'll...
Okay. It
Okay.
was nice
Good to meet you. Tell me your first name.
Johnny.
Johnny, okay, Johnny. I'll be looking forward.
I'm named after my dad. It's like naming a boy Sue.
Yeah, all right, be blessed.
Thank you.
I got my ride's gonna run off and leave me. All right, folks, political trance here in this kangaroo place. No, I don't think so. No, it's all closed up. Well, that... Were you talking to me, Johnny?
No, John.
Okay.
I need to write this down.
Whose?
John was trying to get
Watch that step.
property back. Yeah, it's a wild one. Thank you.
My pleasure.
My hip replaced in March. And
Oh, no.
Anyway.
John.
John was the guy that had that press thing on. He was trying to get his property back from Joe Serraggio.
Oh, you mean Blind Justice? Yes. The one that got kicked out for not having a mask?
No. He was the very first guy out here, I think. He had a yellow
that's Extra Good Citizen. Where's Extra Good Citizen? Extra Good Citizen.
Where is he?
Extra Good Citizen.
Are you a Leon Valley resident?
He might be over there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they're over there. Hang on a minute. Let me see if he's there. I'll come right back.
Light in our face.
You ruined my night vision when you shine those lights in my eyes.
Well, you put it in our face.
There's no lights in anybody's eyes.
What's in your hand?
I'm shining at my face. I was talking to you.
It's a camera flash, not a damn light. It's a camera flash.
I don't even have a light on, sir, and you put it right in my face.
He shine a light in your face?
Yeah, he shined it right in my face in the camera. I don't even have my light.
Oh, he shined it in the camera?
Yeah.
That's a First Amendment violation. You have video of that, right?
Oh yeah, I do.
Okay. We have his name. That's the fire chief, right?
Oh, he's
Pistol
the fire
packing
chief?
fire. Pistol
Oh, I
packing
thought
fire chief. Amazing.
I'll for your request the body cam. Leon Valley's never been under my radar. Now they are.
I think you can probably get all their body cams. Their body cams, even when they're not on, are still looping. Those are the ones that keep looping even when they're not on. You can still get them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cool, cool. I was just covering the story while you guys were out here, but I guess they made the story. You all right over there? Are you fighting with the bush?
Yeah. Hey, look, he's got his body.
Hey, John. That lady wanted to talk to you. There he is.
Is he a citizen of Leon Valley?
Oh, I don't know.
I didn't know if he was
I don't know.
outsider.
Extra. Are you a citizen of Leon Valley? She just wanted to talk to you.
I want your phone number, honey. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
She wants your phone number. I can't hear you.
That's okay.
So what's the little nightcap party doing? What's that about? What was the congregation out here?
They were protecting that guy.
Yeah.
Protecting what guy?
The guy that just took off in that white Saturn.
Oh.
The one that told Patrick he's gonna go fuck his mom.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
Like he was in trouble.
Hey, you know what? I was just thinking about it. Ain't it called like the Bain Act when they shined
Yeah,
the
well,
light
that's
out?
California. That's that doesn't apply here.
Here in Texas,
But
okay.
but Texas has its own First Amendment laws.
Cool.
And yeah, you need to look it all up. So anytime that a flashlight gets shined in your equipment that you're using as press, they're blocked. They might as well be like this.
Yeah. Right
Going
up
like
in the
this.
gate.
They're blocking you. And so in California, that's the Bain Act.
Okay, the Bain
In
Act.
Texas, that's just violating your First Amendment.
Cool.
Okay, boys and girls, I'm gonna get my camera off of my gimbal, and I'm gonna talk to y'all a little bit. There's still 24 watching. Let me look at some of these chats, and I have to look at them on this phone. I can't do it from my other phone because the battery run out. Maybe I can plug it in and get into the, well, Jack's talking, so. Oh, the fire chief. Let's see. Is he the one with the flashlight? Was the fire chief the one that shined the flashlight at you?
Here. Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna watch the video.
Oops. Bring this forward a little bit. Right here.
Okay, so
And
right,
I have
right
no
now-
light on my equipment, no light
Yeah,
whatsoever.
you're just recording. I'm trying to get away from the word filming.
Okay.
That's the
Recording.
Kodak days.
35 millimeter. It looked like nice gentlemen.
Yeah, somebody needs to.
Why is that light on my face? Can you please get the light out of my face? I'm just getting a story how nice these officials are. I guess not.
Wow. Okay, tell everybody what your channel is.
It's San Antonio 210 South,
You can find me on YouTube. Just started my channel in January, so I'm kind of a new.
All right, y'all go subscribe. Says Santos.
No, Sananto 210
Sananto S-A-N-T-O. S-A-N.
Yeah,
S-A-N-T-O-S.
A-N-T-O. That's it. O,
Okay. Oh, no S. Space.
210 South.
Okay.
210 South.
Okay, so he shined it on you. I'm gonna go down here and cover this too. Oh.
Yeah.
I think Jack's got camera on him. John's down there at a parking lot poking around. Okay, ask for his channel name again, please.
Sananto 210 South.
Sananto. It's like San Antonio, but it's Sananto 201 South. 210. 210 stands for the area code. Sananto 210. Sananto 210 South.
Do a lot of coverages far south side.
I need to plug in my other phone, I suppose. Okay, so extra good citizens down here poking around. I don't know, coming back. And Jack went down to cover him. The extortion box. If you look on my channel, there was I was in Independence, Missouri, and was going in a courthouse. They had it closed down except for one office. Can you guess which one it is?
Payments and accounts and receivables.
Receivables, tax office.
Of course. Come on.
Yeah, you'll like that video. It's
I'm gonna look you up.
Let's go, man.
I never gave
it's time to eat. How's your blood sugar? News Now Ninja. Hey bro, how you doing? We're about wrapping it up here, I think.
You want me to take it too?
Just watch some of these. How you use
Take it all.
That's funny.
This motherfucker hiding behind the wall.
Back up out of my way.
What are you doing?
Can you back up out of my way?
What are you doing?
Back up out
How
of
you
my way.
doing?
I'm not in your way.
Don't block my way.
You're not going anywhere.
Stay out.
You're not going anywhere.
Oh shit.
That's hilarious.
I'm gonna tell you one more time. Stay out of my way.
I'm not in your way. I'm not in your way.
Don't yell at me.
And who was that, Patrick?
That was the fire chief.
No,
Yeah.
who? You?
Yeah.
That was you?
Yeah.
Obviously, that's me.
Well, not obviously.
That is fucking
That
hilarious.
voice didn't sound like you.
So he was pissed because I was filming him over there. He wasn't doing anything. He was just standing.
Get out of my
That is
way.
fucking
You're
hilarious.
not going anywhere.
Hiding behind the wall.
Hey, you just stirred on. He was pinching a loaf, man. He had to go back.
That's fucking hilarious.
Oh, golly.
Patrick, nice seeing you again, Papa. Y'all be safe.
All right, good to meet y'all.
Keep the phones rolling.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna start hosting what do you call it? Online meetings, you know, on camera.
Awesome.
Hey, are you live streaming?
No.
Can I talk to you in private format?
I'm gonna plug my phones in here. I don't know where we're going from here, guys and gals. We may end up going I'm doing something else. It's already been a long day. You didn't know? Let me plug in my other phone because I can chat best on it. Alright, how do I manipulate this? Learning how to use my camera, everyone. Food, yes, food. Found it, Santo 201 South.
Excuse me for a second. Excuse me.
There we go.
Firearms in my safe. Alright, already locked and loaded, that's his. Just in case something goes south, it's always in my safe.
Yes, sir.
Alright. Sir, you have a good night. Pleasure meeting you, sir.
Tell me your first name again.
Mark. My name is Mark. Mark Rios.
Mark.
One of the master plumbers for.
Mark.
That's why I was just here. I just pulled 3 permits this morning, so it's just kind of hard to give them shit too. So.
Yeah. Mark, and the protege's name again is.
The what? Oh, this one. Oh, Mateo. I'm teaching him. Yeah, I'm teaching him young. He went with us to the almost park. He carried his little AR-22.
Oh, cool, man.
Yeah, I gotta teach him young, man. I mean, like I said, and I told Jack before, he needs to either get with it, exercise your rights now, because as when he's our age, he's gonna know, hey man, you know what? It's one of those use it or lose it type of deals.
Yeah.
You can't let.
Yeah, we're at the precipice of all of that now.
Yes.
We it's a good thing auditors are standing up.
No, awesome. And then it's just, you know, Facebook. I don't know if you saw the stuff I put on Facebook. Like, hey man, I'm getting tired of getting what do you call it? What do you call that, messenger? You're just a bad dad. You can't be teaching kids about guns. Fuck yourself. Delete yourself.
Better teach kids about guns.
Yeah, you got to.
Or somebody's going to teaching them about their gun.
Yeah. Freedom.
Thanks, man.
You want me to close your tailgate?
All right, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
It's been great. Video wouldn't be complete if I didn't give whoever would like to have the opportunity to help. So it's paypal.me/political trends right here. I'm not begging. I'm not going to beg, but I do make a way available for those who would like to help.
Open that up. The top one.
Top.
Yeah.
How do you do it?
Give me that big flashlight.
Okay. Ooh, that's one of those laser lights. Big beam. Giant LED flashlights, blinding. Okay, let me see if I can read some of these chats. I'd like to interact with people, and especially all of you who have stuck around for so long. I don't know if there's any real comments here that are like, what I could really, that I could comment on that we haven't already gone over. And then, of course, on this phone, I'm not gonna be able to do it. I gotta wait for my other phone to charge anyway. So, hey, it's been real, and it's been fun, and it's been real fun. So we'll see you next time. I'm gonna close the stream and twist these guys' arms to go to a restaurant. So y'all please drop a line politicaltrance@gmail.com and let me know what you think. Give me your ideas. I will listen to things that you think I might could do better. You know, there's things that I already see that I can do better, but I want to be better. So drop me a line, politicaltrance@gmail.com, and let's connect. Bye for now.
Look at that thing.